progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the International Symposium on Wildlife Biodiversity Conservation. Thanks to you all for coming. I'm Dian Fatina Aprilia and my partner Akban Nur Arbani. We are honored to serve as the master of ceremony for this symposium. However, please allow me to clarify that my responsibilities extend only to the opening of the event. And true guiding force for our symposium will be our honored chairperson who will lead us through the session and discussion to follow.
Before we introduce our chairpersons, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and express our gratitude to the organization and sponsors that have made this event possible. Their unwavering support and dedication to the cause of wildlife biodiversity conservation have been instrumental in bringing us all here today. Let us recognize to the organizer, first Faculty of Forestry Gadjah Mada University, and the Ministry of the Environmental and Forestry. And we would like to thank to our sponsors, which are April Group, GEF or Global Environmental Facility in partnership with UNDP or United Nations Development Program and Combating Illegal Wildlife Trade, Peat and Mangrove Restoration Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, Borneo Nature Foundation, Taprobanika, the Journal of Asian Biodiversity, Flora and Fauna International, Copenhagen Zoo, Kalika, Action Conservation Foundation, and Pesona Indonesia Tours. We are deeply grateful for their commitment to advancing our shared mission of conserving and protecting the incredible wealth of biodiversity our planet possesses.
Now, it's a pleasure to introduce the chairperson of the symposium, Mr. Muhammad Tauhid Nur Salim, Master of Science. Mr. Tauhid is a director at Asian Conservation Foundation that have responsibilities to conducting programs for wildlife health. Mr. Tauhid, a respected leader in the field of conservation who will expertly guide us through the session and discussion to come. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Tauhid Nur Salim, Master of Science. Time and place is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm still being your chairman for this room. So I think the participants, because yesterday we end the presentation maybe until late, and I think some of the participants maybe enjoying the city and then jet lag today, so we still have some of the participants still on the way to the venue. So I think it's better if we start the presentation now. Today we will have 8 presentation, and I think for the presenter that already in this room, I will ask you to present earlier. That's okay, right? Okay. So for the first presentation, we have Dr. Subeno, Master of Science. He will present about the current status and problems of the management of javan deer captive breeding in Java Island, Indonesia. Okay, please welcome Dr. Subeno.
Ladies and gentlemen, I respect. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for this opportunity. I will deliver my presentation about current status and problem of the management of javan deer captive breeding in Java Island, Indonesia. Next. Now, javan deer captive breeding development is sound less and this not this. The first slide. Yes. Yeah. The javan deer in Indonesia is one of the wildlife protected animal, and the benefit, the javan deer have a potential economic or commercial value. Meat for animal protein needs, pet, tourism objects, also biomedical and medicinal experiment animal. Unfortunately, its population in nature has decreased due to uncontrolled poaching and habitat destruction. To avoid the extinction and how to optimally and sustainably utilize javan deer can be done by captive breeding. Next. But the current of javan deer captive breeding development has shown is less encouraging results. Some obstacles are still encountered developing captive javan deer, and information about the management and the problem of javan deer still limited. So from that, the research aim to provide how the variation management of javan deer and to obtain various problem encountered in managing captive javan deer. Next. We choose 4 locations. 2 locations managed under a state-owned enterprise, Perhutani, in Blitar and in Ngawi, East Java. Then BKS Jakarta, captive breeding managed under a government, and CV Bahtera Satwa, captive breeding managed under private. So the data collection use a triangulation method, collect a secondary data, interview and field observation. Field observations is intended to verify what is the information is right, also to detail information about the verifier to be assessed. Then next. After that, we carry out the comparative analysis and the qualitative analysis to get atau to obtain what is the constraint phase of javan deer captive breeding. Next. This is the result. We have 5 aspects. The first, general condition. Size area, tree of javan captive breeding has area less or more than 1 hectares. Only in KPA Blitar has area more than 5 hectares. Design, facilities, and tree stand or shade fulfill the requirement, and the condition of captive breeding, only the javan captive breeding KPA Ngawi need repair of defense. Next. Aspect management. The license, all of the captive breeding already have, except BKS Jakarta, because focus as stock center. This is when we check his site have, but I cannot show the license. And then the administration management likes logbooks, investigation reports, all of captive breedings has met the administrative requirement. But the interesting point about animal distribution permits, only CV Bahtera Satwa has already animal distribution permits. Next, the population management, all of the captive breeding has clear origin breeders. Actually, this is interesting. Sorry. Back. Next. Sorry. Actually, couple kami have the same origin of breeders. BKS Yogyakarta, broodstock from Gembira Loka, and CV Bahtera Satwa, the broodstock from West Nusa Tenggara. Population development shown the increasing population. Tagging also has been done, even though not all of the individuals tagged. And then health checks also has already done every year routine, sometime 2 times in 1 year. Next, feed management. All of captive breedings give a mix between grazer and browsers, also give the supplemental feed, and then frequency between 2 until 3 times a day, and the number of feedings. After I count about 4 to 6 kilograms per individu, and then the feed source usually from the open grass area around the area. Only in KPA Ngawi and CV Bahtera Satwa also have the forage and fodder lands to give the grass. Next, about the utilization of the result, we focus to aspect sale of deer and the use deer so far. Sale only the CV Bahtera Satwa because they have already the animal distribution permits. The others cannot sell of deer. And the use deer for, there are 3 captive breeding, like in Kabah Blitar, starting in 2017, expanded the around captivity, and then began to utilize for tourism services. And the name is Kesambi Trees Park, collaborated by CV Sumber Intan Persada. And then KPA Ngawi also starting in 2020 developed as part of Tahura Suryo Ngawi to provide tourist facility. Also the CV Bahtera Satwa after 2017 also provide the tourist facilities. Next, and then the problem, we can collect the 6 aspect. The population usually males D due to the fighting during the mating season, and then suffer bloating, and the composition of population tends to be predominantly male. Also there is the productivity is low. And the management aspect, limited management staff, and then the health checks still incidental, lack of understory, needs exchange or refresh brood deer to avoid inbreeding, and then sanitation, and now the system starting to digitalization, so maybe this is so much to adapt with the system. The facilities all of them usually limited infrastructure, especially the condition of the cage needs repair. Licensing aspect, like I said before, only CV Bahtera have already. Financial apex, yeah, this is the old problem. Usually is operational management cost is low, but especially in Kapabilitar and CV Bahtera, after in Kapabilitar, after they have collaboration to service Kesambi Trees Park, there is no problem in financial. Also in CV Bahtera Satwa, after 2013, after they can selling the product, the deer, they cannot have problem in financial. And the selling aspect as only CV Bahtera can sell the deer, but now they have problem, cannot expand it because they not yet adapted with the USS one single submission system. Okay, next. Here I show the how to prevent or to reduce the problem. The first, the risk of death due to fight between males and males can be reduced by maybe adjusting to the ideal sex ratio 1:4, and then reduce the lack numbers by placing in the UN closure, or maybe for commercial reducing deer to sales. Second, prevalent disease can be done by sanitation in closed environment, feeding according to nutritional standards, improvement handling technique, vaccination, administration drug according to type of disease and veterinary medical recommendation. Next. And then to avoid inbreeding, it is essential to periodically introduce new individual who are not inbreed animal or unrelated existing animal. The new individual come from natural population, if available, or from other captive site. And then to upgrade the capacity of human resource, I think need the specific training, yeah, how to adapt with the new system. And then limited staff can be solved by adding management personnel and maybe creating a shift system. Yeah. Next. And then the faculties has been damaged, need to repair, and then the OSS system, I think, need facilitating by competent authority, it means BKSDA, will assist breeder how to use the system and how to facilitating management admission OSS. And then about the financial, exploring source of fund by accelerating opportunities to obtain fund, sell, or maybe cooperating with partner to develop their new business about their captivity. Like in KB Blitar, after collaboration with CV Intan Persada, they have Kesambi partners before COVID. The benefit can reach almost 1 billion. Almost 1 billion. Yeah, and then about the animal permit, animal distribution permit, I think this is needed to complete the requirement how to get the animal distribution permit and intensive communication with BKSDA, with the authorized agency to getting distribution permits. Next. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, give applause for Dr. Subeno. Okay, very interesting materials. So, is there any question from the participants? Okay.
Hello, my name is Namrata. I just wanted to know if I got it right or not, but so the breeding, the captive breeding is only for a source of food and income, but it's not for reintroduction into the wild. so there's no reintroduction taking place? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, captive breeding is have the to focus the first how to releasing javan deer to Indonesia, and the second how to commercial from F2 and so on, yeah, to get the commercial value. But actually, in fact, usually the javan the captive breeding only focus in the second focus. So this is maybe uh, need the what's from the authority, competent authority, how to back the first focus. Actually, I have experience when I built the javan deer in Parengan from 20 individual. After 4 years, we have 68, and then from the result, we we choose the 4 from deer in captive, and then we together with BKSDA, and then the local government, we done the releasing in nature. Yep. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, you okay? You can.
No one else.
Yeah, no one else, right? Yeah. Okay, you can discuss a little bit with Dr. Subeno.
Sorry, just one more question. You said that there was the decline in the population of the javan deer was due to hunting. And so once these programs have started of captive breeding, and then there's a source of food now because it's coming from the breeding centers, have you noticed a reduction in hunting in the wild? And have you noticed an increase in population in the wild because of this?
Yeah, thank you. We usually by like yesterday, Mrs. Sustio site, yeah. Actually, and there are law enforcement about the to prevent the illegal hunting from there. But in fact, this is no significant prevent this decline of javan deer in the nature. So I have an idea how we can use the javan captive breeding to support this population in the nature. Like this.
Okay. Before another questions, I want to know that some of participants that whether they already in this room or not yet. Dr. Yeni, are you already here? Not yet. And then Mas Andi Baso. Okay, and Anisa. Okay, and Rizka Malintan. Online. Okay, and Emma Soraya. Not yet. Okay. Okay. Because almost of the participants already here, so discussion with Dr. Subeno maybe can be continued to the coffee break because it's very interesting. I have 2 questions, but I think later on we can have discussion, Dr. Subeno.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, and give applause again to Dr. Subeno. Okay. The second presenter is Namrata Biligeri Adiruth. I think if I'm correct, she is from Edinburgh University. Oh no. Okay. So her presentation title is Population Trends of Terrestrial Mammals in the Rungan Landscape, Central Kalimantan. Okay. Please begin your presentations. Give applause for her.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and everyone who's here today. I did my master's in Edinburgh, and now I'm a PhD student at Universitas Indonesia. So, I'm Namrata, but people call me Nam, and I'm in just getting into my final year of my PhD in UI, and I'm doing it in collaboration with DICE in the University of Kent. And locally in Kalimantan, I'm collaborating with KPH, BKSDA and Borneo Nature Foundation for my research. Today I'll be presenting preliminary results of my research, which is basically looking at the population trends of terrestrial mammals in the rungan landscape in central Kalimantan. So, our natural world is facing a global wave of anthropogenically driven biodiversity loss. And threats to biodiversity are often gauged in terms of deforestation. It's a term that we've all heard of very often. But human impacts on animal diversity are under-recognized, and they do impact global environmental change. So there was a term defaunation that was first given, a biological connotation that describes the global, local and functional loss or extinction of both species and populations of wildlife, including local declines in abundance. There's also been a growing realization that forests can appear intact spatially but yet be biologically degraded or vulnerable to degradation, or in other words, empty or an empty forest. And so therefore it's important to kind of consider defaunation and give it the same importance as deforestation, because they do have an impact on ecology and biodiversity in different ways, but probably at the same levels. So tropical forests are increasingly degraded by industrial logging, urbanization, agriculture and infrastructure, and about 20% of the remaining area is still intact globally. And these figures, they don't really include the obscure forms of degradation, such as wildlife loss due to hunting. So although humans have hunted in tropical areas for millennia as a source of food or as a source of income, the current hunting rates could be sustainably high in many parts of the tropics due to the demand for and increasing human populations, commercialization of wild meat, the wildlife pet trade, and greater human accessibility to areas that were probably not accessible before. Also, there is evidence of hunting in the tropics, but there's very little information about the spatial variation of hunting-induced defaunation and areas that are most severely impacted by this. So defaunation is also considered to have long-term consequences for ecosystem functioning and forest regeneration because of the role that fauna plays in providing ecosystem services. And also mapping hotspots of defaunation is quite important as like baselines or first steps towards identifying and quantifying possible consequences for ecosystem functioning and designing more targeted conservation measures or policies. So the importance and ecological value of secondary forests was presented by Wright and Mueller, where the need for equal value to be assigned to both primary and disturbed forests was emphasized for the protection of biodiversity. And the common perception that logged and modified forests negatively impact biodiversity is basically what we all think or is a common perception, but there are several studies, and including some that we heard yesterday, that have highlighted the importance of such forests as being important for species survival and protection. The role of human modified landscapes in supporting tropical biodiversity is also largely dependent on the scale of land use change and the responses of different taxa to environmental disturbances. Many species also do not differentiate between these different habitat fragments, and they are all these little mosaics of different kinds of habitats. And so, the decline is generally seen over a gradient of different forest cover types. Oh, yeah. So one such very complex landscape is in central Kalimantan, and it's called the rungan landscape, where I'm conducting my research. And it lies to the north of Palangkaraya, which is here, and extends all the way up, spanning approximately about 155,000 hectares in area, and it does represent one of the largest unprotected blocks of forests in the province. When I say unprotected, I'm talking about protection as the strict protection status. The landscape also lies at a very low altitude and has a mosaic of habitat types. So it starts with like peat in the south, and then a little bit of it goes into a transitional mosaic sort of a structure where karangas is highlighted, and then further up it goes into a sort of lowland mixed dipterocarp forests. In 2015, the government spatial plan for central Kalimantan designated more than 80% of the rungan landscape to be set aside as forest land. And based on its extent and distribution of suitable habitat, the landscape was also listed in 2004 analysis of priority populations of orangutans in the region. But this received very little attention due to its lack of protection. The landscape also faces rapid and large-scale land conversions from issued concessions, where oil palm plantations contribute to 14% of the forest conversion. The changing land use is also threatening the remaining area with respect to connectivity between the forest patches. There are also several non-permitted anthropogenic activities such as small-scale gold mining, logging, and hunting that have not been quantified to date, but could be potential drivers of biodiversity loss in the landscape. So the only protection status there is in the landscape right now is from the social forestry schemes. So from 2016, there are about 31 villages in my study area that have been granted Hutan Desa or Hutan Kemasyarakatan status under the social forestry scheme or PS, and where this land is owned by the government, but communities are given the rights to manage it. It's also under the areas under the PS are quite fragmented throughout the landscape, as you can see on here, and they are interrupted by production forests or hape managed by KPHP Kahayan Tangga. There are also 12 logging concessions that have received exploitation permits within the rungan landscape, and one of the largest covers about 81% of my study area within the boundaries which lies around here. Most of the palm oil concessions in the lower reaches run parallel to the border of these social forestry areas, and at the southern part, some of the areas are still under the peatlands moratorium, and therefore have received a little bit less encroachment over the years from any of the government plans or concessions. Although there have been quite a bit of influence of like community areas living around the rivers. So, despite the complexity of the land use in the rungan and also the growing anthropogenic pressures, there have been no studies identifying and assessing the fauna and evaluating stressors that may or have a potential impact on biodiversity at a landscape level in this area. There have been a few studies that have used camera traps and social questionnaires but in very isolated areas and not throughout the landscape. Kalimantan as an island as well also lacks in baseline data in mammalian and with respect to mammals, and also the threats to the mammals in the region. And most existing literature is quite focused in Malaysian Borneo. The evaluation of the role of Hutan Desas or social forestry has been explored before, but have focused on land cover, forest protection, and human well-being, and not specifically looking at safeguarding biodiversity in this landscape. So basically, there were these knowledge gaps that I realized existed, and I chose the research location and my research to kind of help bridge these gaps. I have a bunch of aims of my research. So one is to assess the role of community managed forests as strongholds for terrestrial mammals, and I'm using camera trapping. I'm doing camera trapping for that in community managed forests in the landscape. Also, I plan to identify what are the main drivers that are impacting mammal diversity in the landscape or mammal occupancy. So I'm using multi-species occupancy modeling for that, and then I aim to identify the trend in defaunation over a spatio-temporal scale. So using historical data from 3 sites. And then comparing it to data from what I've collected, and also to understand the human land use and wildlife relationship over a spatio-temporal scale, and that's my social component where I'm using participatory mapping and focus group discussions. And the whole idea is to kind of provide baselines for this area and hope that it can help with better management. So for the ecological component, there are 9 locations that I sampled between 2022 and 2023. This is still ongoing. So they still have data from 2 sites that I haven't received yet, that I'm still waiting to collect. The cameras were separated by intertrap distance of 1.2 kilometers, an average of 1.2, and they were positioned on the ground, 0.5 meters from the ground, and near animal trails or key environmental resources like water, fruit-bearing trees, to maximize detections. The length of the trapping was for 90 days, and I have a total of 101 camera sites throughout the landscape. So that's me trying to work through analysis. So the first thing I did was to process the camera trap images. So looking at multi-species and single species detection histories, and also looking at the trap effort. And then processing covariates for the landscape, and looking at which buffers are impacting the, which buffers are having the most impact in the area, and then standardizing them and checking if any of the covariates are intercorrelated, and then finally getting into the modeling process. So for the camera trap data, we defined the mammal community as medium large-bodied species, so that's that's more than 1 kilogram. We excluded any arboreal species since they're quite unlikely to be detected by ground level cameras. But we did consider the Bornean orangutan because they're quite terrestrial in Borneo, as they have no tigers. So we very frequently find them on the ground. Also, camera trap data were pooled together to make inferences at a landscape level, but also keeping in mind the site level heterogeneity. And before the analysis, we developed a detection matrix for each of the species, and we had a 90-day sampling period, which were divided into 7-day temporal replicates. Camera stations that were active for less than few days were excluded from the analysis. So the resulting was 54 stations. So we had so I can work with 54 stations and 19 sampling locations for each of the cameras. For the covariates, I explored 9 covariates that I thought were most relevant for the area based on remotely sensed data. And I think that these were the main ones that would either affect the community or species in the Rungan region. Since human disturbance and hunting patterns are quite difficult to quantify, I use the anthropogenic covariates as proxies for hunting, which are population pressure, distance to mining, village level multi-dimensional poverty index or PODES, and an accessibility layer. And for environmental, I use biomass, LULC, forest cover, distance to forest edge, and habitat types. So first, I ran univariate models and to test random effects of the camera type that I was using, because I was using 2 different camera types, the camera trapping season and the site, so where the cameras were placed in each hutan desa. Also, each covariate was tested to identify the most effective buffer zone. So I tested each covariate for 50 meters, 150, and then so on till 1,500 meters. And then these scale optimized predictors were then checked for intercorrelation. So here, whichever covariates were highly intercorrelated were excluded from the analysis. And then there was it resulted in these covariates that I used for the final analysis, the anthropogenic being 3, and then environmental 2 of them. Here, PODES infrastructure, because the PODES has 6 dimensions of poverty, it came up that only infrastructure had an influence on mammal occupancy, so I considered that for the analysis. We implemented Royal Nichols multi-species occupancy models to estimate community and species-specific occurrence probabilities, and also corrected for imperfect detection using these 5 covariates. And inferences were made from the number of species demonstrating a statistical response to the predictor, so 95% or 75% BCI or Bayesian credible interval that did not overlap 0. But I'm not going to get into all of that right now. So for the analysis, there are 54 camera trap stations, and it yielded a total of 5,314 trap nights. And there were 18 medium large sized mammals that were detected. only 3 out of the 18 species, which was the bearded pig, mouse deer, and pigtail macaque that were detected, sorry, not the bearded pig, the mouse deer and the pigtail macaque were detected in all, so yellow muntjac, sunbear, and mouse deer were detected in all 3. But the bearded pig, which is really interesting, was only detected in 1 site, and it could be interesting to do to kind of find out more as to why this is happening, because the entire landscape had no pigs except for 1 site, and it could be the influence of the Asian swine flu. In terms of the distribution, the pigtail macaques and mouse deers were the most highly distributed within the landscape, and the lowest were the Malayan civet, the short-tailed porcupine, and moon rats. And the sites mention how many out of the total number of camera stations that I had. So looking at what was happening at the community level, so there was an overall the mammal community responded more to environmental covariates than anthropogenic covariates. When distance to mining had a weak response by certain species, and we'll see that later, but poor infrastructure and population pressure had more number of species responding, although the responses were not significant in any way, or even slightly significant. Also, mammal communities respond quite interestingly to a distance from edge, that's here, and they seem to have a suited range in terms of the biomass that they prefer for a suitable occupancy of the community. And then there's an interesting link between distance to edge and population pressure that I will go into further down. Here. So here we're looking at how these covariates are impacting every species in the study. So although it's also looking at distance to mining first. Yeah, that one. Although there were 2 species that showed sort of a response to distance to mining, which is the yellow-throated marten and the mouse deer, most species showed a trend of decreasing occurrence closer to mining areas, indicating that mining may be impacting species occurrence in terms of suitable habitat or as a possible proxy for easily accessible to humans. And then with regards to PODES is the poverty indicator of infrastructure. So here the results are sort of counterintuitive. That means that the highest score of PODES indicates poorer villages. So if the score is 2, the village is poorer. If the score is 0, the village is richer in terms of infrastructure. So this is interesting because the patterns here indicate that species occurrence decreases as villages are more poor in infrastructure. And although the relationship between poverty and biodiversity is quite subtle and debated, it could be based on a shared dependency between people and wildlife and limited resources, or maybe because of degraded ecosystems in the area. And then finally, the population pressure. This should be noted that population pressure, I combined the population of each village to the accessibility of these villages into areas around the villages and further away. Here, most species respond positively to population pressure, meaning that there is an increase in occurrence where there's high population pressure. I'm still trying to understand this result myself, but I think that this result it's sort of confusing, but considering that there has been over the past decade an increase in access to remote areas within the landscape through roads and waterways, the result is reflective of this because it increases the population pressure in the areas where there's more access. And also it could be that these species that are responding positively are generalists. And then going into the environmental covariates, so there are 2, biomass and distance to forest edge. So they are responding better to the environmental covariates in my preliminary results. Here it's interesting to see that most species have a threshold for biomass, where it's between 120 to 160 in this area. So you see all the curves, then that's the highest, the occurrence at probably the highest bit are all around the same on the x-axis. And also for the distance to forest, it seems like between 2 to 3 kilometers from distance to edge is sort of where the highest occurrences are seen. But it's also important to mention here that it could have some biases based on where the cameras were deployed in the study. So that's me again. Picked up analysis, got to the other end, but I look really tired. So basically what I'm going to do next is run the model with the entire data set. So this is only the preliminary data that I presented, so I still have a lot more data. Then I plan to look into the interactions between these covariates. And then I had a great suggestion from my friend Andi to run the model combining environmental and anthropogenic covariates together and to see really what is influencing mammal populations. And then finally, what I want to do from all of this is that I want to create predictions for the entire landscape, identify areas with potentially high and low occurrence of species, also high and low areas of anthropogenic disturbances. So, and then compare this with the PIAPs. PIAPs is the Peta Indikatif Area Perhutanan Sosial. I can translate that, but I think I don't need to. And so, and hopefully this can inform management and implementation of social forestry in the area. And I'm just happy to say that this is the first research of its kind in the area that's looking into a whole bunch of different factors, the economic status of, socio-economic status of communities, the ecological aspects of it, anthropogenic and environmental, and the potential stresses for biodiversity. So yeah, I'm quite excited and happy that I've been doing this research, and hopefully it'll come of help. But of course, no research can be done without great people in the field, and these are all the people who've been helping me out in the field. And these are people who have been helping me out of the field. I've added Prof. Yatna and Andi there into the picture, just to cut their faces off some pictures on Google and stuck them in. But they are basically Prof. Yatna is my supervisor, Dr. Matthew Strubig also my supervisor from Ken, and the rest of the people who've been helping me a lot with everything. And that's me signing out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nam. It's very complex data. You put everything in your presentation. And it is for your PhD?
Yes.
Okay. But unfortunately, you spend more than 20 minutes, but it's okay. I will give one opportunity for a question, because I think the topic is related to the plenary session about and also the keynote speaker yesterday, Mr. Sustio Iryono, about the conversion for the unprotected area to protected area based on scientific data, absolutely. So I think one questions or response from the presenter, Mas Doni, maybe. I think you have. I can read your mind. Okay.
I'm Doni Gunaryadi from Fauna Flora. So I think it's quite interesting to see your study. So did you do the kind of questionnaire survey for the people that living in the adjacent area? That's the first question. The second one, because I think one of the aim of your study is to look at the biodiversity area, and then is there any plan for the rest of the area, because it's still underprotected? Like you said that I think one of the aim is having the social forestry scheme. But is there any plan that to make it larger, because it's large landscape? It's like the size of Waikambas National Park or maybe larger, and covering your area that's been studied. I think I would like to see on the modeling itself later on, because it shows us how that I think this will be connected with the government ideas on having the inventarisasi verifikasi that being running at the moment. And when the government, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry did this, because based on the data that they pulled from all the unit pelaksana teknis from BKSD or National Park, I think part of this data can be also supplied to the government to look at the better analysis on the area that high conservation value area. So I think it's very good to look at your aim at the end, but I think just to confirm that the level of your studies, this is very good to look at that because there are some area that we say a kind of black hole data because we don't know the area. So I think that's one question and also part of the suggestion for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So to answer the first question, yes, the social component is basically, I'm not using questionnaires, but I'm doing it more in a qualitative approach. So I'm using participatory mapping and focus group discussions where I want to see what is the historical land use change within the area. Because it's been unprotected, the masyarakat or the communities living there have always had a sort of a very intimate connection with the land. So they've been using this land in different ways for their livelihood, with changing livelihoods because of logging and then the ban of logging, prices of rubber dropping, increase in gold mining and so on. So how the market or laws have affected their livelihood and how this has changed. And through my experience, I've realized that livelihood is linked very closely with hunting. And so to kind of to see how animals have been used with this changing use of land. And I'm using that through participatory mapping to kind of get an idea of the entire landscape. And regarding your second comment and point, I think, yes, honestly, I do think research should be done because it can be used in some way. And I really hope that the outcome of this research will be useful. I am collaborating with KPH, BKSTA, and Borneo Nature Foundation because they're all working in this area. Obviously, I can't camera trap the entire landscape, but I have chosen areas that are kind of representative of the entire landscape. And so based on that, hopefully I'm still trying to figure out how but could make predictions, at least broad level predictions for the entire landscape to see which are the areas that need to be focused on and which are the areas that could be maybe looked at a bit later, but which are the priority areas. And the idea is also that some of these organizations are working to create a corridor in the area, so I hope where all these hapes and hutan desas and hutan kemasyarakat are joined in together, which I think is a great idea, and hopefully my data can also help with that plan in the future. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nam. Okay, I believe that many participants has a lot of questions, but we can continue the discussion with Nam in the coffee break maybe. And I think that will be good if there is a Direktorat Perencanaan Kawasan Konservasi in this symposium, yeah, to support the potential unprotected area to be converted to protected area. Okay, for Nam, good luck for your PhD. Okay, give one more applause to her. Okay, from Kalimantan we will fly to Raja Ampat. Okay, we have next presenter, Mas Sandi Sianturi. Okay, his title is Bridging Indigenous Knowledge and Conservation, Community-Based Ethnobotanical Studies in Raja Ampat Forest. Okay, please, Mas Sandi Sianturi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the chance that was given to me. Without any further ado, I will present my presentations about bridging indigenous knowledge and conservation, community-based ethnobotanical studies in Raja Ampat. Talking about Raja Ampat, most of us know that Raja Ampat is an international tourism destination because it has so many tourist attractions such as beautiful sea, wonderful landscape, and uniqueness of indigenous culture. Its location at the heart of the world's coral triangle makes that Raja Ampat become the richest tropical marine biodiversity in the world. But not only in the marine biodiversity, but also in the terrestrial diversity. Because more than 90% Raja Ampat terrestrial area is a forest area. For conservation area, protected forest, production forest, and production conversion forest. As we see in the pie diagram, pie chart, we can see that 53% of land Raja Ampat is conservation area. And Raja Ampat lands is composed of various types of source rock, thus forming various types of vegetation on it, so it can create some amazing terrestrial biodiversity. And Raja Ampat even a home for several rare and endemic species for both fauna and flora, that have a high conservation value, so it needs a conservation effort. And in this case, we identify the first actor that play a role as a forest state of authority, that was West Papua Natural Resources Conservation Agency. And we can see in here species endemic in Raja Ampat. There are Dendrobium azurale, Paradisea rubra, and Cincinnatus respublica. More than 60% Raja Ampat's people live in the urban area around the forest area, who their livelihoods depend on forest and forest product. The linkage of indigenous people and forests creates something interesting that we can call them indigenous knowledge. One of these indigenous knowledge is plant utilized, that we call that ethnobotany. And generally, plants used for food crops, medicines, ritual and magic ceremonies, art, tools, and weapons. In this study, we identified the second actor that play a role as indigenous people, that is Warkesi forest farmer groups, who located in buffer zone of West Natural Reserve. They have a high interactions to the forest, and of course they have this indigenous knowledge. So we developed the community-based inventory scheme to collect data of the plant diversity and ethnobotany, and we hope this scheme will facilitate to actors who different role at the same object of the studies. These studies took place in 2021 and 2022 in Warkesi Village, Waigeo Island, Raja Ampat, and with inventory of plants diversity and ethnobotanical, conducted by Warkesi forest farmer groups using SMART, Spatial Monitoring and Reporting Tool, guided by West Papua Natural Resources Conservation Agency and Fauna and Flora Indonesia Program Site Tanah Papua. This study took exploration and field observation, and we done sampling and sample identifications to know the species of the plant. This is the result. Here is the result of the inventory. There are the first inventory effort. There are three indicators that we can take to measure the inventory effort. The first inventory member, so we have 12 people that we collaborate to make this to conduct this study, and then total inventory days about 28 days, and total inventory length 97.49 kilometers. And in this map we can see the orange line. This is the track of the inventory. And the second botanical finding, in this study, we found 77 plant species from 40 families, which were utilized by the community with 7 life forms, consisting tree, shrub, palm, herb, liana, epiphytes, and fern. This histogram This histogram shows us that Arecacea and Fabaceae has the highest number of the utilized plant in Warkesi village. The third, ethnobotany. The species number by the ethnobotanical use category includes 24 species of food source, 17 species used as medicine, 27 species used as material for construction, 3 species used as art material, 16 species used as equipment, and 1 species used in ritual or mysticism. And pie chart here shows us that constructions, medicine, and food are the highest percentage in this ethnobotanical study. And here is some plant that used by in Warkesi village. There is in Siabi juga amomum. There is Typeniacillus. There is Enclea, Viper, Spatolobus. There is Rubus, and there are Pandanus, Donax, and some of Ficus, and this is Walaceodoxa Raja Ampat, and this is one of endemic palm in Raja Ampat. So based on a field study, we try to develop community-based inventory data scheme, and there is 3 stages we have developed. The first is initial stage, and the second assistant stage, and the third is collaborate stage. And this picture shows us this stage. The first there is socializing. This is we put in the initiation stage, and observing. This is observing. We put them in the assist stage, and the last identification here we put them in collaborate stage. The conclusion is ethnobotany is one of the approach that can be bridging 2 different actors such as indigenous people and West Papua Natural Resources Conservation Agency as Forest State Authority to create one output which transforms to benefits, namely preserve indigenous knowledge and preserve forest as natural laboratory. So in this figure, we can see that between indigenous people as a customary landowner and forest state authority as a in here West Papua Natural Resources Conservation Agency. So we can see that ethnobotany can be a bridge bridging these 2 actors, and then we have 2 benefits. The first, for the indigenous people, ethnobotany can be preserved their indigenous knowledge, and for the forest state authority, ethnobotany can be to preserve preserve the forest as a natural laboratory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Sandi Sianturi. Is there any question from the participants? Okay, Pak Doli maybe. Okay, Nam.
Thanks for your presentation. Yeah, it's interesting. I love plants, although I don't know too much about them. But I just wanted to know, when you listed all the families, Arecacea and was the highest, whereas Zingiberacea was the lowest. Can you probably explain which of the families are used as more as food and which are used as more as medicine, and why is one so high and the other so low? Because I would imagine Zingiberacea to be also quite a high family of like human use because of its medicinal properties.
Okay, thank you. Back to the slide, please. Okay, this histogram. There is Arikase and Fabase. Arikase and Fabase here. Arikase and Fabase, they most in Warkesi village. They use them to for constructions, and because Arase family, they use them as to build their house, or to like I mean, what I say, and Arase there have the highest high biodiversity in Raja Ampat. So, and then that's a support the people in Warkesi, so they can use them to make some to support the construction maybe. And the second is Fabase. Fabase, we know that Fabase here is have potentials to become a food and medicine. As we see here, this is some part one of the part family from Fabase here. We can, they use this to be constructions, and the other they use as food and medicines. Yeah, maybe like that.
Okay, one more. Oh, Pak, I think Pak Beno asked a lot of questions. Okay. Bu Emma ya? Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'm interested in the next findings, that more species are used as construction compared than for food. Yeah, the next pie chart, I think. See, there are 32%, which is 27 species are used as construction. It's quite interesting that compared to food, yeah, because in my understanding, people using plants most likely for food. Both findings are interesting. What kind of construction used for these species? That's the first. And the second, is there any species that they use, like perhaps more in my mind is perhaps like coconuts perhaps. So they are also using the fruit for food, but also use the timber for the construction. Is there any kind of species that are used for both utilization? Yes, thank you.
Okay, the first, this study, we conducted this study in a forest area. In the forest area, the condition of the forest is from the secondary forest to primary forest. So we don't finding the coconut there, So we find some the other aricacea, and then they that can use to support the construction. But for food, maybe this is the food not cultivate food, but this is the food from the secondary or the primary forest maybe. Okay, thank you.
Okay, for Dr. Subeno, I think you are banned to. No, just kidding. So no, you can discuss more with Mas Sandi Sianturi later on, I think, in the coffee break. Okay, thank you very much, Mas Sandi Sianturi. Give applause again to him. Okay, the next presenter, Okay, we will back again to Kalimantan ya. So the next presenter is Mas Andi Baso Ridho Mangga Barani. The title of his presentation is Instantaneous Observation of Proboscis Monkey, Nasalis lavartus in Curia Island, South Kalimantan. Okay, please give applause for him.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity. I will now deliver my abstract presentation about instantaneous observation of proboscis monkey behavior in Curia Island, South Kalimantan. Okay, next. Proboscis monkey is a endemic species in the Borneo Island, and their natural habitat keep reducing mainly due to land conversion, but there are also other reasons like illegal trafficking and many other reasons. There's disparity between proboscis monkey population within and the outside conservation areas, but not only the population, there's also disparity between proboscis monkey in the behavior. Understanding the behavior of proboscis monkey is a crucial aspect of their conservation efforts. Here it is. This is the Curia Island in the South Kalimantan. That is the habitat of the proboscis monkey. There are 3 groups in this habitat, which is differentiated to group Alpha, group Bravo, and group Charlie. Group Alpha and Bravo live in the Curia Island. That island in the lower picture, and Charlie group live in the Marabahan Baru village, which already being converted mainly as a rice field. Okay, next. The objective of this study is to observe the behavior of proboscis monkey in mangrove area in Curia Island. Okay, next. Methods. First, we prepare a feeding station or feeding platform, so we can observe the proboscis monkey more clearly. But also, it's act as a place to place bait, banana bait. So the proboscis monkey want to come down to the platform. We also install handrail and clear the bushes so we can see more clearly from the distance. We observe the proboscis monkey from afar using a binocular lens, because proboscis monkey is a very shy animal. They don't want to be near human at all. And then feeding procedure. We give the proboscis monkey banana as a bait, so they want to come down and feed in feeding platform. The observation is conducted in 2 distinct ways. First is group observation. The second is individual observation. Okay, next. The results. After the bananas are placed, The first monkey who come down to the platform is adult monkeys, usually male more often, but sometimes female come down first. Then after eating the bananas, the monkeys continue eating the leaves. It's because the proboscis monkey is polyphorous, mainly consume leaves. When eating leaves, they tend to aim to eat the shoots of the plant. Majority of the younger monkeys start eat banana after the adult male leaves the platform. Especially the infant, they rarely even come down to the platform if there's still the adult male. The adult monkeys tend to stay in one place when feeding, but the younger ones, like the juvenile and the infant, when they eat, they traveling around the trees a lot. Infant monkeys, when they come to the feeding platform, they just follow their adult monkeys. They often spend most of the time playing or chasing each other, not eating. And then they usually lives when the sun is it's middle of the day and the temperature starting to get hot. The alpha group is the largest group of the proboscis monkey in Churiak Island. Is estimated it have 18 individual. The Bravo group, the second largest, estimated have 11 or 12 individual. And the Charlie group is have the least amount of individual. We only ever observe 3 monkeys at the same time. Okay, next. Proboscis monkey behavior on different age and sex. Most of the proboscis monkey coming to the observation area or the feeding platform belong to alpha group. The average time spent in the observation area in the on top of the feeding platform is adult male 51 minutes, adult female 39 minutes, juvenile 37 minutes, and infants 33 minutes. Okay, next. Conclusion, adult male proboscis monkey spend a considerable amount of time in the feeding platform and dominate access to the food resources, which is the bananas. And adult monkey always eat first, and sometimes the younger ones join, but most of the time they wait for the adult ones to complete their feeding. The adults prefer stay in one place when in the platform, while the younger ones prefer to spend their move around a lot. The alpha group is the largest and superior compared to the other group that exists in around Churiak Island. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, any questions? Wah, Pak Beno lagi nih. Okay, it's okay.
The second chance.
Yeah, second chance. I give you second chance.
Okay, what's I call Mas Barani?
Ridho.
Oh, Mas Ridho. Okay, thanks from your presentation. I have 2 questions. The first, I look this behavior by the manipulation
Yes.
activity. Yes. How when the behavior compare with the natural behavior, there is different or not? The first, and the second, how the size we call the group is largest. For example, when the groups have the more than 30 members, it means darkest or so on. Maybe you can explain that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna answer right away. So the first one, how is it compared to their natural behavior without manipulative action is? So sometimes when we place the bait, the monkeys didn't come down. They stay in wherever day before. And when they stay in the trees around the feeding platform, we also keep observing. Then when we observing, when there's a difference between when they there is a difference in when they not in the feeding platform, and while they're in the tree around feeding platform. When the proboscis monkey in the feeding platform, they spend most of the time eating, and mostly eating, especially the adults. The younger ones just move around all the feeding platform. But when they happen to be in the trees, they spend most of the time resting, and only occasionally grab for leaves and traveling between trees and trees. And the second question, how we oh yes, because the alpha group have the most individual, and the second, when the alpha group show up to the feeding platform, if before the alpha group show up, there's already the bravo group in the feeding platform. The bravo group will go away, but when the alpha group arrives to the feeding platform first, the bravo group waiting, and they're not coming near the feeding platform. They only go to feeding platform when they already leave. Okay, thank you very much.
Not yet. Okay. Thank you very much, Mas Ridho. Ya. We will continue discussion later on. Okay. Give applause again to Mas Ridho. Okay. The next presentation. We'll back to Java. Ya. The next presentation is Mbak Anisa Su'aidasani. Okay, the title is Identification of Cropping Patterns on Dry Fields with Clove as a Staple Plant at 3 Classes of Land Productivity in Ceraken ini ya. Ceraken, not Kraken. I think Kraken is like a monster. In Ceraken Village, Munjungan Trenggalek. Okay, give applause to Mbak Anisa.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Anisa. So today I will present identification of cropping pattern on dry field with clove as temple plant in 3 classes of land productivity in Ceraken Village, Munjungan Trenggalek. Okay. We know Indonesia is agrarian country dominated by agricultural and forest. Land use management system through the implementation of agroforestry has been carried out in several land types. Agroforestry is a land use system that has social and ecological aspect by combining forest plant with agricultural crop to increase land production. Clove is an agroforestry crop, and Indonesian clove product accounted for over 70% of global export. Indonesia is a contributor of 79.80% clove, which is the largest in the world. About 95% of clove in Indonesia are come from community land, and it's handled by an individual. The village of Trenggalek Regency in East Java manage and cultivate the clove in dry field, and clove farming has significant positively impact on well-being of local farmer in this area. Especially in Chakan village is the one of clove producing center with land dominated by hilly area, which is about 50% of clove. Okay, we choose three dry field owner by community, which are divided into land A, land B, and land C, with clove as the main crop, and there are relative diverse planting pattern. Okay, based on the result of preliminary orientation, category of land is land A with high land productivity, land B with medium land productivity, and land C with the low productivity. So we perform a complete inventory of the land measured in hectare, collected stand data, and project the area both vertically and horizontally, gathering information from interview, and there be subjected to both quantitative and qualitative analysis. About land productivity, the role of farmer in the land management has major influence on increasing land productivity. Each land has different management, which both are came from land management and plant maintenance. So from this table, we can see land A has the highest yields from 2080 to 2020. About plant composition, clove is the dominant species in all three land types. Apart from clove, they are coconut and hibiscus, also found in the three land types. And other plant crops are coffee, banana, jackfruit, and cocoa. They sell and consuming that type of fruit for themselves. And based on diameter distribution in the three land types, the large average diameter of the clove plant was found in the high productivity, which range about more than 15 and to 20 centimeter, and where in the medium and low productivity lands, the diameter range was 5 to 10 centimeters. Okay. Okay, stand structure, its land type has a variety in layer vegetation, and land with high productivity tend to be more organic than the land with medium and low productivity. So we can see from the land A, they are distributed organized, and in medium productivity, there are many gap and in the land and not filled as well. And in the low productivity is more gaps in here, and we can compare with the projection of planting. Land with medium and low productivity has more gap than the land with high productivity. Okay. Okay, about planting distance, ideal spacing in the lowland are which 50 to 40% slope is 7 times 7 meter, 6 times X meter, and X times X meter. This is being done to avoid landslide and maximize the development and growth plan. The spacing that is more similar to the clove spacing is those applied to high productivity land, which is 7.75 times 7.82 meters. Each land type has various productivity and cropping pattern which affect the land productivity. The role of the landowner influence the determination of cropping pattern based on their considerate of determining plant species selection, stand structure, and plant spacing arrangement. Okay. Okay, I think that's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Anisa. Yeah, I think Trenggalek is one of district that uh, that produce the biggest clove production in Indonesia. Yeah. I think there is a lot of houses with ceramics in the past, but I think the ceramics is the I don't know, like I came to Trenggalek several years ago, and a lot of house that have a ceramic in the wall, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's like a prosperity there. Yeah. Okay. Is there any question from the participant? I only limited one question. Okay. If you're still thinking about the question, it's okay. Keep in your mind, and we can have discussion later on with Mbak Anisa. Okay, thank you, Mbak Anisa. Please give applause. Okay, we still have two presenter, Mbak Rizka and Bu Emma. I think Mbak Rizka will be present online, right? Is Mbak Rizka here? Okay, I think he will be online. Oh, she, yeah, sorry, she. Okay, she will be online. Okay, Mbak Rizka, I think he is a veterinary medicine student. I think, yeah. Because the title is Endoparasites of Wild Javan Gibbon, Hilobatus moloch at Gunung Halimun Salak National Park, Indonesia. Okay, please Mbak Rizka Malintan, you can give your presentation. Give applause for her.
First of all, I want to share about my presentation. Did my voice hear?
Yeah, we can hear your voice clearly, Mbak Anisa.
Okay. Okay. Before I will introduce myself, my name is Rizka Malintan. I'm a student biology faculty, mathematics in Jakarta State University. Okay, thank you for the opportunity, the moderator. Before presentation, I want a permission if during my presentation will be noise because I at my workplace for right now. So the connection sometimes is connect unstable and the voice really noise in here. Okay, thank you for the understanding. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I want to present about my research is the endoparasite of wild Javan gibbon, Hylobatus molo at Gunung Halimun Salak National Park, Indonesia. For the introduction, the parasitism is essential in the behavior, interaction, in the evolution of the primates in ecosystem or ecology. Parasites can infect the primates are divided to sub is ectoparasite and endoparasite. For this research, I will research about the endoparasite, which is a live in the body organism. This parasite can infect a wild species like a primates as in unknown to threaten the decline of a primate population in their natural habitat. For the potential for endoparasite infection from primates is related to parasite known to attack primates across multiple habitats. Okay. The endoparasite infection are frequently identified in terrestrial primates compared to the arboreal primates because the terrestrial primates contact with the soil always the time between the arboreal primates. But we found about arboreal primates can infected by endoparasites in the Karismawan et al. 2022 was in the Javan gibbon and the Javan langur. So for this research about the Javan gibbon, I choose because this is the endemic primates from Javan Island, and while it's protected in our government, of course, and have a status is endangered with the UCN. For several traits, the Javan gibbon have threatened by the poaching, illegal wildlife trade, and habitat loss. For another information of the status endoparasite on in natural habitat is really vital and very limited for the immature individuals like adolescents and subadults. In this age, the Javan gibbon can experience more dominant or infection of endoparasite between other class. In this research, our research in the Taman Nasional Gunung Halimun Salak or Halimun Salak National Park. This is a natural habitat for the Javan gibbon. And this is for the mountain, it's a mountain forest in Java, Indonesia. For study area, I work in Citalhab Forest, Resort Cikaniki, National Park Gunung Halimun Salak. And for the research, our research in Javan Gibbon Research and Conservation Project operated by Yayasan Konservasi Ekosistem Alam Nusantara or Yayasan Kiara. For data collection, I collection fecal sample at Citalhab Forest in 6 a.m. until 4 p.m. So we collect the 10 fecal samples from the 5 immature individual from 3 habituated groups of Javan gibbon. One individual of Javan gibbon from the group A is subadult, and 2 individuals from group B, adolescents and subadult, and 2 individuals from group S, adolescents and subadult. We consider immature individual as adolescents like 5 to 8 years, and subadult is 8 to 10 years. And we follow the group on the first day until we could located the tree sleep. And the next day, we collect the fresh fecal sample from individual following the previous day. The fecal samples can be taken on the second day because they will only be taken once in only their defecation. Okay, for the collecting fecal sample, I collect the 20 gram and I put on the tube and I put to the cool box. And second, flotation method, I use the flotation method with the NaCl solution. For the sample identification, I use the veterinary clinical parasitology. For the data analysis, I look for the prevalence and infectious status. Result and discussion. We found the 13 shaped eggs from 5 species nematode and 2 shaped larvae from 2 species of nematode. This is the difference of the nematode. First, Ankylostoma and Esophagostomum. These 2 species have no difference, but have one difference with the measurement, because Ankylostoma more than bigger than Esophagostomum. More other characteristic like shape ellipsoid, thin shell, or with morula inside the eggs. Ankylostoma and Esophagostomum have same characteristic. Sorry. For the other species is Trichostrongylus, with the half hollow species inside the eggs. That's a special characteristic of Trichostrongylus. And the Strongyloides, this is really easier to find in the primates primates endoparasite in other primates. For the characteristic like a shape ellipsoid, ovoid, and tapering. For the shell is really thin, and inside eggs the nematodes was in the gastral worms. The last for the egg nematode is Trichuris trichura. This is really different from the other species. This is really oval shapes and have upper column at the pole sides, and the color of eggshell is brown. For larvae, we found two species, Trichostrongylus and Strongyloides. For the Trichostrongylus, have a characteristic like a straight gut, round-shaped head, and outside the body didn't have a pattern like other species, and short tail and cone shape. For the Strongyloides, the head more pointed than the Trichostrongylus, have a dull mouth, esophagus more short the gastrointestine, and have a straight gastrointestine. For the tail is a point tail. So for the egg prevalence and larva prevalence, we have Ankylostoma esophagostomum, Trichostrongylus, and Strongyloides, and Trichostichuria, which have a different prevalence. But for the this, we found in Javan gibbon in Petung Kriono Forest 2 for the Karismawan research. And commonly found in infected for this species, commonly found infected by human, great apes, small apes, or proboscis monkey and lemurs. Okay, next for the status of endoparasite, we found the Strongyloides, which is a high status in subadult. It's frequently Ankylostoma is subadult 2 often, and Trichostrongylus in subadult 2 often, and Esophagostoma subadult 2 occasionally, and Trichostichuria in adolescents is occasionally. The result say Javan gibbon show that subadult individuals can also have the highest proportion of the parasitic infection status. With the other research, say the age didn't affect the presence of each parasites. So parasites can occur or more frequently for the mature individual or like the parents of the Javan gibbon, because the lack of immunity to parasite exposure, repeated exposure, a different fitness condition from individual, or the factors such like insect, rodent, and bats can easily transmit the disease. So for the recommendation strategy conservation for Javan gibbon, we know about the zoonosis like transmitted from animals to humans or humans to animals is commonly. It's really easier to transmit it. So for the all visitors or researchers to follow the best guardian practice guidelines, strict sanitation, no littering, or no interaction with the animals. That must be carried to avoid the potential spread of the endoparasite. Okay, thank you for the Jakarta State University Biology UNJ, Gunung Halimun Salak National Park, and Yayasan Kiara for supported our research and fully funded the research. Thank you. I'm go back to moderator.
Okay, thank you Mbak Rizka ya. Is there any questions? Okay, Pak Doli.
Baik. Thank you. So very interesting talk you deliver. That just curious that if I'm not wrong, that this study conducted involving a wild Javan gibbon, right? Wild.
Right.
So my question is whether your finding common? Yeah, I mean whether naturally the Javan gibbon in the wild got that what you call it, the and the parasites. So or any other possibilities such as interaction with human in the village, as we know that Citalahap is like a village, right?
Right.
In the middle of national park. But as far as I understand that gibbon is rarely coming down to the ground, and looking for food or water in the ground surface. Thank you.
Okay, you can directly
Okay.
answer the question, Mbak Rizka.
I'm sorry because last the monitor the Zoom was freezing. Could you please one more repeat, please?
Yes, thank you. So the question is whether these parasites and the parasites is commonly found anywhere else infected gibbon, yeah, in general. The second one is as far as I understand that gibbon is rarely coming down to the ground, ke tanah ya, for looking for food or water. So you think that this is because of there is interaction between Javan gibbon in Halimun with the communities or village? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would say answer the first question. Is the whether in Halimun Salak we have a really wet in here because there's the reason for the we found have many species 5 species of the endoparasite, then that can cause the endoparasite infected the Javan gibbon. For the second question, yes, that's right. The Javan gibbon is rarely to come down in the ground to find something like food or water because they're really arboreal primates. I think factors will be I think the factors will be masuk akal masuk akal to transmitted from the human or for other species to infected the endoparasite like a Javan gibbon. So maybe like other behavior with the Javan gibbon like grooming each other can infected to the Javan gibbon more than like the community or the people come around to forest and infected by their like behavior. It's really I don't think so with that because the factor or the fitness or condition Javan gibbon more really related to the infected like that.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Rizka. Actually, I have some question, but I think the time is up. So, and you doesn't come here, yeah. So we don't have any opportunity to have a discussion because my master is also with parasites
Okay.
in wildlife species. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Mbak Anisa. Give Mbak Rizka, sorry. Give applause for him. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, the last presenter, Bu Emma ya, Bu Emma Soraya. So the title of her presentation is Random Forest Algorithm for Detecting the Severity Level of Pitch, I don't know, cancer, right? Cancer disease on the crown of individual Pinus mercusii trees. Okay, please give your presentation. Give applause first for Dr. Emma.
Thank you very much for the opportunity because I keep looking my watch. It's our coffee time, right? My brain also starting to fog.
Okay, sorry I interrupt a little bit because the schedule is a little bit mundur ya. Yeah. So it's okay. I have a plan that we only maybe take 5 minutes coffee break and then you can bring everything, yeah, can bring everything to the room again, coffee, snacks, as much as you can, and then we will enjoy the keynote and invited speakers while enjoying the coffee and the snacks later on. Okay, so Bu Emma, you can.
Oh, I think I should present it outside. Yeah, we are having coffee.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't want to take your time any longer, so I just want to share one of our students' research on how we use this deep learning technology to analyze the aerial photographic to detect the severity levels of pit cancer of the individual crowns of Pinus merkesi. And oopsie, wrong button. Okay, the introductions. Oopsie. Sorry. The challenges come from the forest health, particularly for production forests, because we know currently that the production forests have not merely to produce some timber for the industrial, but many functions that also become the what do you call it? The burden of the forest. Yeah, even though it's a production forest, the one of the important species in Indonesia, particularly, is Pinus merkesi, and the disease is already known, caused by the fungus Fusarium. And then it's reported last year that some pines are dead, and then the symptoms are concluded as the pit cancer in Purworejo, Central Java. And then we are trying to quickly to make some baseline for the data, how large is already infected the area for the forests. And then in this research, we're trying to use the ability of this deep learning algorithm in detecting of this cancer. So by developing these models, we are hoping that more and more data that we can collect it, and then we can use the models also to quickly monitor, and as well as using it to evaluate whether the treatment that we will use later on to help for this disease using aerial photographic data. And then this is the area that we are looking at to collect the data as the samples. Yeah, we are developing. We are using the trees that already set up as the forest monitoring health system. The individual, we are trying to using the aerial photographs to identify the to differentiate between individual trees, and then from that individual trees, we're trying to identify its severity levels. The method we use, first we identify, like what I said, we identify the individual trees, and then we are using segmentation to differentiate its crowns from each others. We're trying to counting the individual trees within a plot, and then we are developing the training data by labeling each object, which is individual trees, into severity levels. And then we develop the model, and then we apply the model to other trees, whether it can recognize the severity levels of each individual. And the result shows that the model's able to identify each individual trees, even though it's actually in a cone shapes. However, if it's too close to each other, the computer or the models is not easily detect which individual it is in the photographs, the aerial photographs. So, oops, it's kebalik-balik ya. I'm so sorry. The data collecting from various compartments, and then in each compartment there are different sample correlation values that we can use. So we are still looking at, the research is still in progress, why it's giving us different values for detecting the individuals. in my hypothesis is the height of level heights of the field is also need to be included into the models. So these models can able to easily detect the individual trees. And for the segmentation, we are using various parameters for spectral details, spatial details, and minimum segment in each pixel, so accurately define the edge of each individual crowns. By doing so, we believe that this combination, spectral details and spatial details, are able to detect more accurately in detecting the edge of each crown of individual trees. And then we also trying to give labels for the severity levels. We are using 5 levels, which is the healthy levels. So this is what we found in the field, and then we found it in aerial photos, and then initial attack like this, and then later on is a dead trees, and also we can see it visually like this. So we ask the random forest algorithm to classify what they can see in a aerial photograph quicker, not manually like us. And then we're trying to label all the trees that inside the plots, and then we are setting the parameter values into maximum number of trees through 100, and then tree depth 60, and then also sample per class 200. And then we're trying using for that 70% of the data for training samples, and the other 30% for validation tests. And from the cross validation, we found a very good label that we already done. So this deep learning come from the big data concepts, yeah. So actually we can make it better and better while we are collecting the data. However, based on this, not many data that we can able to collect. And then we're trying to check with the other trees within the compartments. This is the status that we got using the models, and the models showing us this result. So how many healthy initial attack, intermediate, and up to dead trees in each compartments. And the accuracy test showing us that the dead trees are easily to found by the models, but other levels is a bit difficult, particularly for the intermediate attack and also later attack, because the projection accuracy is lower. The overall accuracy, however, said that more than 90% can be detected based on their severity levels of the crowns. And the conclusion, we are optimistic that this algorithm can be used to say, if you want to use it for all plantations, it can be used to detect the disease, and can be quickly used as the base to remove the infected trees easily, and then using it as the tools for the monitorings. Okay, that's all that I can say. Thank you very much for the time, and looking forward for your feedback.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Emma. Okay, before coffee break, and then continue to enjoy the invited and keynote speaker, maybe one short question, sorry, without S. One question? Okay, if no, I think we can discuss with another participant. Well, 5-minute coffee breaks, and then can come in again to continue enjoying the speakers. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Tauhid Nur Salim, Master of Science, the Director of Action Conservation Foundation. Please give applause for Mr. Tauhid.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in these times we would like to welcome you to coffee break, but short times, around 5 minutes, as you can get your coffee or all the refreshment outside, and go to this room again to while continuing our sessions, which is the keynote sessions. Thank you so much and see you around in 5 minutes. Thank you. session is going to start in 2 minutes, so please be seated. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue our session with keynote and invited speaker. And the session will expertly guided by Dr. Michael Padmanabha from Kaleka.
Welcome aja. Ini keynote session kan? Keynote session of international in and we are now continuing our session until Rizka. Boleh.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to give you some announcement that our session is going to start in 1 minute. So please be seated. Thank you very much.
Aman, Pak. Ini pakai sponsor lagi.
Ini nggak usah deh, udah molor banget nih. Ini makin
Udah mulai video. Ada di depan. Yang mau
The Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the sessions. Our session, which is a keynote sessions of the International Symposium on Wildlife Biodiversity Conservation.
Okay, this session will expertly guided by Dr. Michael Padmanabha from Kaleka. Please welcome Mr. Michael Padmanabha.
Please give applause for him.
One more applause, please. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I only see one lady, so the other is gentlemen. So it's good to see you all here for our Symposium 4 in this ISWBC workshop. Today we will have a Symposium 4 which is on sustainable farming, food security and wildlife conservation. This is will focus on protecting indigenous people and their cultures within cultural safeguard scheme, including protecting their lands, territories and resources. This symposium we will have 3 great speakers. We have 2 will join online and 1 here with us. I would introduce all of our speakers for this symposium. First, we will have Ibu Dr. Hewan Indra Eksploitasia Semiawan, which will be represented by Dr. Badiah. Dr. Indra is currently as advisory staff to Minister for Food Sector at the Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry. The second speaker, my old friend, not old friend, but we are still friend now, Pak Doli. Pak Doli Priyatna, she is currently a lecturer at the University of Pakuan in Bogor, and he also executive director at Belantara Foundation. I know before Pak Doli also have a long experience working with Sinarmas, and he has expertise on conservation, camera trapping, and anything about ecology. So he will be a one insightful speaker today. And the last but not least, we will have Dr. Sinta Puspitasari. She is the principal project manager at Proforest. She is in UK now, and she has experience in various ecological research. She is working in rural and urban communities, and she also holds a PhD in environmental science from University College of London. So first of all, please give applause for 3 speakers today. And for the first session, I would ask Ibu Dr. Badiah from the Ministry of Forestry, Directorate General of Conservation, Natural Resource and Ecosystem to give the first presentation. Time and floor is yours, Ibu Badiah.
Thank you. Allow me to share screen, please. Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to share our experience in conserving the biodiversity conservation where our management practices, and also share how conservation in Indonesia being conducted, what policies and regulations are taken, not only at national level, but also referring to the global agreement. I will also highlight the importance of genetic resources as our national asset, particularly the new perspective where biodiversity conservation could support our economic growth and its relation to bioprospecting and biosafety. We know that Indonesia is the biggest archipelagic country. We have more than 17,000 large and small island with a total land area of 1.91 million kilometers. And also we have the state forest area of 120.63 million hectares, or 63% of Indonesia's land area, that consists of production forests about 54.66%, and protection forests about 23.56%, and also we have a conservation forest about 21.78%. Indonesia is a rich biodiversity country, although there are many challenges that we need to address in managing it. There are three levels of biodiversity: species diversity, ecosystem biodiversity, and genetic diversity. Each level of biodiversity became the main consideration on how the management approach is taken. In combination with the three principles of conservation, one is protection, and second, preservation, and third, sustainable utilization. This all then manifested in our management approach, not only at site level, but also at national level. We can say that to conserve biodiversity means we have to protect it from any disturbance, such as poaching, hunting, encouragement, and study it, how to halt its loss and explore its potential for utilization, and finally to sustainably utilize it to fulfill human needs. The convention, in the global agreement, we have convention on biological diversity. The Convention on Biological Diversity, or CBD, is a legally binding international agreement that has been ratified by 196 countries, encompassing biodiversity at all levels, ecosystem, species, and genetic resources. And in CBD, we also already ratified a Nagoya Protocol and also Cartagena Protocol. The CBD have three main objectives. The first is the conservation of biodiversity, and the second is the sustainable of the use component of the biological diversity, and the third, the fair and equitable sharing of the benefit arising of the utilization of genetic resources. The Convention of Biological Diversity, or CBD, is dedicated to promoting sustainable development, conceived as a practical tool for translating the principle of Agenda 21 into reality. The CBD also not about plant, animal, and microorganism and their ecosystem, but also about the people and our need to foods, security, medicine, fresh air and water, shelter, and clean and healthy environment in which to live. This is the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that already approved in COP15 CBD last December. There are 4 goals and 23 targets. Basically, when we talk about biodiversity, it always involves 2 important aspects. Firstly is biodiversity conservation, and the second is how biodiversity can be beneficial to people, and how the benefit obtained by the people can also be returned to biodiversity through protection effort. In order to protect biodiversity from loss, there are 8 targets, And for sustainable use and benefit sharing, there are 5 targets. And now still going to develop the national biodiversity strategic and action plan, and referring not only to the national priorities and also to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. In national policy on food safety and bioprospecting, we have a national law, certainly, number 5, regarding the conservation of biodiversity resources and its ecosystem. And we have some the others that we can see in the slide. Talk about regarding genetic resources utilization. Basically, it is mandatory for government to conserve biodiversity, because biodiversity is considered as a nation wealth. Therefore, its management become the responsibility of the government for the benefit of the entire community, with encouraging community and non-government organization to support and participate in the conservation activities. However, to ensure the genetic resources are used sustainably, a ministerial decree on access to genetic resources of wide species and benefit sharing from their utilization was issued on 2080. Specifically, this regulation provides a detailed arrangement for access to genetic resources and traditional knowledge, material transfer, institutional arrangement, and mechanism of supervision, monitoring, and sanction provision. And the genetic resources here is interpreted as the genetic material or genetic information of plant, animal, microorganism, and other origin, including its derivative, which contain functional unit of heredity, which has real and potential value. We can see that genetic resources utilizations can be divided into non-commercial and commercial. The non-commercial use of genetic resources covers the taxonomic research, species identification and distribution, study of wildlife conservation, and study of crime evidence or forensic. And the commercial use of genetic resources, including bioprospecting, and using for technology development and other commercial purposes. Bioprospecting is one of our focus of discussion today. As mentioned earlier, that it undeniable has supporting the business growth in almost all countries in the world because of its potential for almost all aspects of human well-being. Considering the biodiversity as a national asset and basic capital for supporting the sustainable development, therefore Indonesia biodiversity, including genetic material, are considered as an asset and property right of Indonesia, which in line with the Nagoya Protocol. The value of genetic resources utilization in the form of commercialization or bioprospecting can be a source of sustainable funding for conservation costs or effort for species and genetic protection in their natural habitat. An activity to take sample of genetic material from animal, then the activity must pay attention to the principle of animal welfare and animal health code, involve medical conservation. Access to and utilization of genetic resources must be followed not only by benefit sharing, but also by access to technology or transfer of technology from outside who access it. The development of downstream industry in Indonesia is related to the use of genetic resources that produce finished product and minimize the use of material by outsiders. Bioprospecting consists the word biodiversity and prospecting, which LIPI or no we call BRIN, defined as a systematic search, classification, and investigation for commercial purposes of source of the new chemical compound, gene, protein, microorganism, and other product with actual and potential economic value found in biodiversity. However, in accordance to the minister decree number 2, defined as exploration, extraction, and screening of biological resources for commercial utilization of genetic species and biochemical resources and their derivative. As I mentioned before, that bioprospecting is closely related to the traditional knowledge as the genetic resources defined, that including the information for the genetic resources itself. So traditional knowledge is closely with bioprospecting. Without community knowledge, it will be costly. This is the step of bioprospecting development. The first certainly we doing the exploration, and then research, and also we determination of the feasibility of utilization, or we are doing the tests, and then ensure that sustainable availability of the bioprospected raw material, or we should know the supply of the raw materials, and then production, and finally we should doing the promotion. Yeah, bioprospecting potential of biodiversity conservation, such as food, cosmetic. Yeah, I think lifestyle now using many cosmetic from genetic resources, such as anti-aging, serum, dark spot remover, and etc. And also vaccine, medicine, and industrial product like fat or oil, alternative energy sources, and certainly agriculture, such as fertilizer, biological weapon for harmful insect or plant, and many bioprospecting activities are currently carried out by established pharmaceutical companies, and then manufacturing industry, and many engineering doing in bioprospecting. This is, for example, chemical cultivation related to the eco-friendly cultivation, reducing the use of pesticide and herbicide by using natural fertilizer or beneficial microbe for food production. It is related to the good farming and biosafety, and also we could use the bioprospecting to product the eco-friendly food process, like natural preservative and other natural using. Talk about genetically modified product. Now, Directorate General of KSDAE also serve as a secretariat of the Indonesian Commission of Biosafety that consists of three technical team. One is the food product and also feed product, and the third is regarding the environment aspect. Biosafety for genetically engineering product is food safety, feed safety, and environmental safety. Types of genetically engineering product that have obtained biosafety certificate. We also menerbitkan ya rekomendasi ya safety certificate. We also already have the certificate is sugarcane, soybean, corn, potato, canola, cotton, enzyme, amino acid, vaccine, and microorganism. We in secretariat doing the research and then the risk analysis regarding the genetically modified product. Yeah. In this stage of bioprospecting from wild species, we already have many example in national park like Taxus sumatrana in Kerinci Seblat National Park, and also microbe for anti hama itu in Gunung Cermai National Park, and also we have Sanington in Merapi National Park, and other species or genetic resources in many national parks. We can see many examples for potential bioprospecting. This is the challenges of bioprospecting development, biopiracy of biopiracy, and also patent, and changing direct utilization, and then ensuring the development of the concept of bioculture, bioeconomy, sustainability, and continuous improvement, and also build a synergy of key stakeholder, academic, business, government, community, and also media, and pressure on plant and wildlife due to habitat quality degradation. This is the challenges that we should resolve. This is the case study how the biopiracy. We know the famous cosmetic, Shiseido, that they already registered the patent, and actually the cosmetic consists of 9 plant native to Indonesia. This is challenges that we should resolve in the future. Okay, thank you, and I will back to moderator.
pass is really sharp time, 20 minutes before my alarm ringing. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was told by the committee that due to some time restriction, then I would propose that we continue to the second speaker. So please write down your question, your comment for the speakers, so that we will have the Q&A and discussion later after the third presenter. I hope this is okay for you. So for now, I would please Pak Dr. Doli Priyata to present the second presentation.
Thank you, Pak Novo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all participants. So I am Doli Priyatna. I'm a lecturer at Pakuan University as well as working at the Belantara Foundations. So as I mentioned earlier by Pak Novo that I used to work for a private company called EPP Sinarmas for about 10 years dealing with wildlife conservation, one of them. So this is the topics that I would like to raise, that it seems that currently coexistence between human and wildlife is a must. Yeah. So that's why. So next, please. So next. So as this is just a Belantara Foundation. Next, please. So probably all. Oh, sorry. Do we have online participant as well? Yes. Here. Okay. So hello all, everyone who are attending this meeting through Zoom as well. So as we are aware that last year in November that the human population globally already reached 8 billion humans. So this number projected that will be close to 10 million in 2050. So we can imagine that how dense, yeah, human population. So some data show us that the human population growth also followed by a demand on land, and this will lead to the current rate extinctions of most of our biodiversity. Next, please. So this is just the figure of human population in Indonesia. So within 4 years since 1970 to 2010, so we already double the population in Indonesia. And if we see this trend that this will continue to raise. So in the case of Sumatra, for instance, yeah, that's because this island that will be, I will be talk about the wildlife in Sumatra. So Sumatra itself, in 2010, we can see from that number that around 50.6 million people, and last year close to 60. So this is the second dense island in the country. Next, please. So this is the data from the WWF. Yeah. So actually, within 30 years, yeah, in 1995 through 2016, it's about 30 years. That the forest in Sumatra already lost about 50%. So the number That's the percentage of the forest occur in Sumatra from time to time. So the currently only 24% of the island. Next, please. This is. So this is this picture show us about the area overlap and threatened species and recent human-wildlife conflict trends. So globally, actually human-wildlife conflict is not only occur in our country, but from that figure we can see that it's from what's in the Greenland, yeah, the polar bear, through Australia, and from South America to Asia. So a lot of the data also shows that 18% that the conflict occur in human-dominated landscapes, and 56% conflict occur in the land that's shared between wildlife and people. Next, please. So this is just the impact of the human-wildlife conflicts. So of course there is a connection between human-wildlife conflict and wildlife crime. Probably in this room yesterday was discussed about about the crime, yeah. So usually conflict when people know there is a valuable wildlife, so then will be mostly or generally followed by what the hunter, yeah. So also there direct impacts on the communities. For example, yeah, there's their crops damage and hidden costs also, yeah. The people cannot go for working, for example, for go to the working in their ladang. So that's the one of the hidden costs, and also impact on the equity, yeah. So when there is a company in the area, in the landscapes, so sometimes the human-wildlife conflict also happens. So impact on social dynamics, impact on commodity productions, and finally impact on sustainable development. So it means that the pillar of sustainability cannot be achieved, like a balancing between social, economy, and environment. Next, please. So this is just a figure of human-wildlife conflict in relation to what the transmissions of the disease from time to time and from across the globe. Next, please. So this is a wide thread, so maybe we can skip this, yeah. Next, please. And this is the coexistence, yeah. The coexistence refers to people and wildlife existing in proximity to each other, whether in continuous, neutral, or beneficial coexistence. So harmonious and balanced interaction between human population and the diverse array of animal and plant species that inhabit in the same ecosystem. So human-wildlife coexistence also described as a dynamic state in which that the interests and need of both humans and wildlife are generally met, though this coexistence may still contain some level of impact on both and characterized by a level of tolerance on the human side. So this concept recognizes the importance of preserving biodiversity, protecting natural habitats, and minimizing negative impact on both human societies and wildlife population. So achieving coexistence is crucial for maintaining the health of ecosystem, promoting sustainable development, and ensuring the long-term survival of many species. Next, please. So this is the conditions for successful coexistence, of course, through habitat preservation and restoration, and then sustainable land use planning, community engagement education, human wildlife conflict management, sustainable livelihoods, etc. Next, please. So this is based on the IUCN guideline. There is 5 principle on how coexistence can be achieved. So first, do not harm and understand issue and the context, and work together, integrate science and policy, and of course always enable sustainable pathway. So if there is the number 5 cannot be achieved, it means that sustainability is not there. Next, please. So this is the what it means to achieve the coexistence. Of course, we have to shift our paradigm from domination orientation into mutualism orientation. So this left and right sides, there's a change that need to be done, yeah, to shift our paradigm from domination to mutualism. For example, from eliminate predators to restrict humans to benefit wildlife and so on. Next, please. So this is one example that what Belantara have been doing in South Sumatra for harmonizing elephant conservations and a landscape that dominated by industry and community. So we work with EPP Sinarmas and then with a local NGO called PJHS, and also the government through BKSDA, and so on, through several activities that creates, yeah. So Belantara here is not working all aspect, but only fill in the gap what actually the companies and the government as well as NGO been doing there. So we only take a small part of the activities through an innovative, yeah, I think this is an innovative approach through like inviting storytelling person to educate the younger generation, such as elementary school children and so on. So we work mostly with the community surrounding the landscapes. Next, please. So maybe this is just skip it. Yeah, this is like what activities what been doing to fairy tale and then storytelling and also conflict mitigation training. Next, please. So this is what I'm going to talk now is about lesson learned from our private company. That's I used to work there for about 10 years. So I saw Bu Jasmine here, yeah, from FVC Narmas. So this is the purpose is actually to increase the role of the private sector in supporting wildlife conservation effort by creating plantation forest concession that are friendly wildlife conservation. So other purpose is minimizing fatal conflict within the concession, because the conflict cannot be avoided, will always be there naturally. So provide connectivity to increase opportunities for wildlife, empowering communities in the effort to protect wildlife and their habitat. So this is like comprehensive efforts actually. Next, please. So what is the strategy? Strategy, of course, sharing space. Yeah, it means that we have to give opportunity for wildlife roaming in that area for several reasons, and provide connectivity, of course, through set asiding protecting forests, as well as HCV and high carbon stock forests, minimizing human wildlife conflict, implement BMP, community engagement, and this is the most important, that this needs to be conducted within a larger scale, what we call landscapes. Next, please. Yeah, this is just implementation what the private companies conducted. So a lot of things, yeah, from producing a protocol to create a concession that friendly to wildlife, and then conducting assessment of high conservation value and high carbon stock, and establishing a patrol unit, and carrying human wildlife conflict mitigation to several activities. Next, please. So this is beside that also they monitor the wildlife around there through camera traps, drone, and direct counting. So the most important also establishing a physical and functional corridor. Physical means the area that set aside forest area, set aside for conservation or for other purposes, while functional is like the area that's production area, but we know that there is a wildlife utilizing that area, so we have to maintain the value, their occurrence there. Next, please. So this is just what showing us about the activities related to best management practices. Next, please. This is also a habitat protection to patrol and prevent wildlife hunting within the concession. Next, please. It's also preparing SOPs and working instructions. Next, please. Establishing human wildlife conflict mitigation. Yeah, one of them is just to be a part of provincial level mitigation team, mitigation task force. Next, please. Ada gambar Mas Doni dulu. So this is, of course, this is also important, carrying out outreach educations through community surrounding, as well as through companies worker in the field. Next, please. So this is providing livestock enclosure integrated with the production of biogas. Next, please. So this is providing elephant feeding pockets. So that's area couple years ago. This is in Tebo. Probably Mas Doni also know very well that's previously almost 50% of the area is utilized by elephant herds, but currently the situation is changing. Yeah. So the elephant is not there anymore because it is not the area is not suitable for the elephant, but because the elephant very large home range, and we don't know whether there is a barrier that elephant cannot go through this area anymore currently. Next, please. So this is, as I mentioned earlier. Next, please. Yeah, monitoring. Yeah, this is the activities. Next, please. So considering the movement of wildlife into operational plants, yeah. So we have done with our best to do this, to do rapid survey before harvesting. Then this is regulated into the company's micro planning. Next, please. Yeah, mapping also. Next, please. Yeah. Next. So this is the most important information, I think, yeah. In 2018, so a minimum of 55 individual of tiger used the concession area in Sumatra, 1.9 million hectares. So it means that almost 9.2%, almost 10%, yeah, of the total Sumatran population roam or use the concession areas for part of their home range. So as well as Sumatran elephant as well, yeah, a minimum 190. Probably this number already changed, yeah. If I'm not wrong, that's the number of tigers utilizing the area also increase currently. So next, please. So this is the impact of what we've been doing at that time. Yes, Sumatran tigers use concession is about 300,000 hectare as part of habitat. It means that 60% of the area, concession area in Sumatra used by tiger, and then Sumatran elephant as well. So that is what the simple what the analysis about the tiger occurrence and elephants occurrence in the. This is just an example. Next, please. So this is my conclusion. So it means that learning from what have been done previously. So the innovation in the use of technology is needed in the effort to protect the habitat, monitor and mitigate human-wildlife conflict. So human-wildlife conflict in the plantation forest concession can be avoided through managed protected areas as well as AZV and AZS area, maintaining integrity of natural forests, and ensuring availability of food sources, monitoring and the existence of wildlife periodically, continuous awareness program, availability of wildlife conflict mitigation, community empowerment program for conflict prevention, cooperation between the parties at the landscape scale. Next, please. So this is end of my presentation. This a quote taken from Alexandra Zimmerman, yeah, the Asian Wildlife Conflict chair, yeah. So managing human-wildlife conflict and nurturing coexistence is an adaptive endeavor. So it means that we need to always learn and improve, requiring continuous learning and dialogue. The aim is not to resolve all conflict. This is never possible because it defies natural itself. So conflict always exists and are part of all life. Rather, the aim is to manage conflict and generate conditions for coexistence to emerge, thrive, and sustain itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Doli. This is Alexander Zimmerman. This is if we quote, then Zimmerman 20 something something. Bapak Ibu, teman-teman semua, I just told by the committee that if the next speaker, Ibu Sinta will only join in the next maybe 15 minutes. So I would open for question and answer for the first two speakers. If you have any comment, question for Ibu Badia or Pak Doli, you are please. And please mention your name and your question. First round, I would invite maybe, yeah, please, Pak.
Okay, thank you, MC or moderator. My name is Saiful Anwar. I have two questions. First for Ibu Badiah. Ibu Badiah, yeah. Okay. Based on the presentation material that Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, Bu Badiah, I need just the suggestion from the government, how the government enforce the biodiversity preservation for the industry. I mean that as we know that the one of the high contributor for the environmental pollution or environmental degradation relating with the land clearing or land disturbance in our area in Indonesia, mostly from the most of the industry, for example from mining or maybe from forestry or agriculture. So I just need your suggestion how the government enforce the industry, maybe from the regulation or maybe from the permit requirement. Seems like Asia Environmental Social Impact Assessment, because as I know that along of the Asia process or Asia permit legislation process to the company, that I didn't find the specific strategy or specific methodology to do some biodiversity action in the document, just as the flora and fauna monitoring and just that. So I think with the new regulation or new involvement from the biodiversity action plan, maybe that's one of the strategy to enforce to the industry. So and then based on the Asia, maybe just the baseline study that must be due to the industry. So there is not the guideline for the execution to the biodiversity action. And then regarding the bioprospecting about the product from the biodiversity action, as we know that the company that already comply with the regulation, for example, for the mining company or mining industry or maybe forestry, agriculture, manufacture and other company, they must implement the community social responsibility. So I think CSR or community social responsibility as one of the strategy that have to collaborate with the Ministry of Environment or Ministry of Environment and Forestry, maybe with the other agency in our ministry in Indonesia that have authority to give the legislation or permit to the industry relating the community social and responsibility. Because why? As the presentation that Ibu Badiah already showed to us here, there are a lot of natural resources that can be produced some product from the biodiversity program. So I think CSR or corporate social responsibility, if matched with this with this item or this focus, I think all of the aims of your presentation now should be more implemented to the whole of industry in Indonesia. This is just sharing ya Bu ya. And then okay, and then the second question to Dr. Doli, Pak Doli, as I know, when our industry nearby the protected forest or maybe the endangered species habitat or any others, So which is the better between we relocate the species because we already have the permit from the government to do or to execute the resource, natural resource, especially in our area. Which is better, we relocate or we just make some corridor or maybe green belt or maybe some conservation zone along of our concession area. Maybe that's it, Pak Doli. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Pak. Maybe the next, I would invite another comment or question from the audience. Yes, Pak Taufik.
Thank you for the moderator. I wanted to ask to Dr. Doli. I think you have a good presentation, but all the step it is good for a big concession or suitable for a good concession. How about the smallholder concession? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Taufik. So I would give Ibu Badia first to respond the question that are, I note that two. The main question is how government can enforce biodiversity conservation for industry, Bu. And then maybe it's not a question, but maybe a comment that CSR might be used to ensure the implementation of biodiversity conservation for industry. Bu Badia, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Saiful, for the good question and suggestion. I think regarding the Montreal Kunming Global Biodiversity Framework, how to enforce the industry to avoid losing biodiversity. We actually still try to effectively implement the regulation. Actually, in the forest industry, we call PBPH, ya, perizinan berusaha. There is ministry instruction number 1 that regulate that all the echelon 1 should be pay attention to protect the biodiversity through the environmental permit issuance, and then for the social forestry access, and also for the when one company or more company apply the permission to have the permit from minister, they should comply and consider the distribution of the biodiversity. As Pak Doni said, that we already assessed the HCV within and outside the protected areas, so including the area who company apply the permit. This is just one of the effort, but in this year, President also already issued the instruction number 1 also in this year, that not only the forest industry that push should mainstreaming biodiversity conservation in sustainable development. So we already developed the SOP to protect the biodiversity, and it is must be considered to when other sector maybe in use plan use planning, we also asked to consider the we call HCV map that we already assess which the area should be considered as a protected area. Yeah, this is just one of the effort of our government, but I think we need more collaboration from the other sector, and also maybe academic to have the better arrangement or regulation to enforce the industry to protect the biodiversity, or we together avoid for losing biodiversity. And the other question, or I think it is a better suggestion, yeah, the good suggestion that how we could use the CSR as one of the potential tools, yeah, to implement the bioprospecting. Actually, we ongoing develop the roadmap of bioprospecting. So I think it is a good suggestion to include the design of the implementation of bioprospecting. Thank you, Pak Moderator. Maybe
Yeah, thank you, Bu Badia. Hopefully that's answer your question, Pak Saiful. So the next will goes to Pak Doli. There are two short questions, so hopefully you can also give the short answer. Pak
Thank
Doli.
you. Thank you, Pak Novo. So, terima kasih Pak Taufik. Thank you for your questions about comparing between large concessions holder and small one. So, based on our experience that, of course, working in a group of big companies will be a little bit easier, Pak, to deal with doing to achieve coexistence, yeah, even it is still difficult to achieve. But as I mentioned earlier, that this effort cannot be done in isolation, separately. It needs to be done, to be conducted into a larger landscape scale. So it means that we need to work together with all stakeholders within the landscape to achieve this effort, Pak. So it means that, of course, with a bigger group, with a lot of companies, that much easier. But it means that with the smaller, we have to work collaboratively, Pak. It will be difficult to work in separate, yeah, in isolation. It means that a lot of effort, as I mentioned earlier, that within the company that I used to work. So a lot of things needs to be done just to achieve, to minimize human-wildlife conflict. So it means that we haven't go to the coexistent one. So to achieve the coexistence, so working together with stakeholders is a must. So that's probably my question. The second question with from Pak Saiful. So actually, of course, probably between us has a different perspective about wildlife. So as a conservationist, so of course we want that wildlife still there, but in the company perspective, probably. So you want to the wildlife need to be removed from your area, but that's not the point, Pak. So a lot of regulations, particularly within the oil palm plantation sector or forestry sector, to give concession holders or HGU holder to be responsible to manage the wildlife within their concession. So it means that removing or moving the wildlife, for instance, like tiger, from the other side, it is not a good solution, because when you remove a tiger from the area, will be another tiger come to that area. So because tiger will always be there as long as your area is part of tiger home range, because like I mentioned earlier, that will always be there as long as the tiger there. So for removing or capturing wildlife within an area can be done if certain conditions meet. So there is PP berapa itu ya, about the human wildlife conflict that already regulated by the government. So before we capture and remove, there is a certain condition need to be met before we capturing. So it means that from your company side also, if your company going to meet a sustainable sustainable production. So it means that three pillar I mentioned earlier, that's to be met. So you have to harmonize between social part and production and economy, as well as with environment. So probably yeah, my answer. Thank you.
Pak Doli, sorry, we just following the question that if relocating is not possible or should meet the some criteria or condition, then you propose to better manage the wildlife in the concession. But does it also include creating corridor as as Pak Saiful?
Oh yeah, sure. So corridor is if your area lies between two larger wildlife habitat, of course you have to provide say corridor. Yeah, corridor, it means that not only for larger animals, yeah, like tiger or elephants, it is not necessary a forest. It can be a productive areas, but we have to manage that area still suitable for certain wildlife can go through, so can go through that area. So as I mentioned on my presentation, I call this like physical corridor and functional. So that's our term, yeah. Functional means that can be kebun, can be ladang, can be sawit, but that area must support have to must support the condition for wildlife can pass or penetrate that area. Thank you.
It can also be a bridge, yeah, when the government
Sure, yeah,
construct the toll road and they put
yeah,
bridge for elephant to cross the road.
Right, that's we call what the green infrastructure, yeah. So in terms of infrastructure, also have to consider that to provide what infrastructure not only for human but also for wildlife, such as in Riau, yeah, the government built one in green infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Doli. Teman-teman, we have now our distinguished speaker, Ibu Sinta Puspitasari, already with us. Selamat pagi, Bu Sinta. We are really sorry to wake you up early in the morning there in the UK. Bu Sinta?
No, it's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay,
yeah,
from
we
there?
can, yeah. It's only 6 there or earlier? 6?
Not yet. Well, 5:47 a.m. in the morning.
Sorry ya, Bu Sinta. So please, the floor is yours to give your presentation, Bu Sinta.
Thank you very much. And I share my presentation to you. If you can share it, perhaps. Please let me know if it's already on the screen.
Operator, udah. Nice background anyway, Bu Sinta. Where are you, in the forest?
Great, thank you. Okay, I can see my presentation now. Good morning to all of you, the participant of the International Symposium on Wildlife Biodiversity Conservation, fellow speakers and advocates and students and researchers for sustainable production and agriculture. I'm deeply honored to join you today as we look into for my session, I would like to see the positive outcomes of sustainable agriculture and production practices. And in these sessions, I will share some on-the-ground implementation example that can showcase the transformative power of sustainability, including the protection of not only environmental, but also social issues in Indonesia. I will also share participatory mapping of high conservation value and high carbon stock areas by local community in Cameroon, and also the promotion of gender and social inclusion within the production landscape governance in Ghana. So there will be several, I think it will be useful to also share several on-the-ground implementation in different countries to see how sustainable agriculture and sustainable production has been implemented with different approaches and to address different issues under the environmental and social issues and to identify the root cause as well. So I'm very pleased to be here to share that with you. If you can go to the next slide, please. So, but before delving into these examples, I assume maybe the previous speakers also have covered this, but I would like again to start by providing an overview of sustainable agriculture and its underlying visions and principles. So as you're probably already familiar with the diagram on your left, it's the Sustainable Development Goal to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So it's under SDG 2. it recognizes the interlinkage among supporting sustainable agriculture, but also empowering small farmers, promoting gender equality, but then at the same time also ending rural poverty, ensuring healthy lifestyle, and tackling climate change as well, and other issues addressed within the set of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the post-2015 development agenda. So by modifying current practices, much can be done in terms of improving the productivity of many food and agricultural production systems, but also productivity will also need to continue to increase in the future to ensure sufficient supply of food and other agricultural products as well. However, this must be done while at the same time limiting the expansion of agricultural land, as the previous speakers also mentioned, and this is related to wildlife and conservation, as well as safeguarding and enhancing the environment. So this is the core of the transformation necessary for sustainability in food and agricultural system. So efficiency and productivity has in the past been mostly expressed in terms of yield, so kilogram per hectares of production, for example. But future production, has it been proposed, should increase, but also should consider more dimension. So water and energy and smart production system will become increasingly important as water, as you all know, on the news, water scarcity increases, as agriculture will need to seek ways to reduce emission of greenhouse gas. This will also have an effect on the use of fertilizer, for example, and other agricultural inputs. And then you can also see the other diagram on your right is FAO vision in sustainability in food and agriculture, which provides the basic condition for sustainability. But it does not tell us how sustainable food and agriculture is to be achieved. And the rather limited success of the past strategy suggests that we need to rethink our approach. So FAO proposed 5 key principles interconnected for the transition towards sustainable food and agriculture. So they propose to balance not only the environmental dimension of sustainability, but also the social and economic. And this will provide a basis of developing strategies, but also policies, regulation, and one of the most important things that also sometimes overlooked is incentives to guide the transition to sustainability while also promoting resilience through the adaptive response to challenges and opportunity as well. So FAO then think by modifying these current practices, much can be done in terms of improving the productivity of that many food and agricultural production system. Productivity will also need to continue to increase in the future to also ensure sufficient supply of food, as this symposium also cover as your theme, food security, but as well as safeguarding and enhancing environment. So this is the core of their transformation necessary for sustainability in food and agriculture system. So nonetheless, I also added some questions there that I also believe the previous speakers also cover. There is still a lot of crucial questions persist regarding the practical implementation of sustainable agriculture. How might we safeguard and enhance biodiversity within the production area? Who are the key stakeholders that should actively participate in this process? And how can we collectively address these challenges and work towards tangible solution? So today, I hope that together, I will share some example, but we can explore those examples of case studies of sustainable agriculture and production implementation on the ground, not only in Indonesia, but also in Ghana and Cameroon, where my institution has been working on Proforest, which I will come with that later. And through these examples, I would like to aim to share and shed lights on strategies and collaboration action towards more sustainable agriculture future. So that's a brief introduction on the overall sharing for the session today. If you can go to the next slide, please. So just very briefly on, because now when we're talking about sustainable production, I would like to also introduce my organization, Proforest, and it is a mission-driven organization, and Proforest believes that agriculture commodity production can and should deliver positive environmental and social outcome in the places where commodities are produced. So therefore, we work towards 8 environmental and social outcomes here, which provides the direction of our work. So this includes respecting on human rights and advancing on gender equality, climate change resilience, protecting and restoring forest and natural ecosystem, but also conserving biodiversity and securing local development. So we work both as a consultant and also as a charity work. So we're supporting not only government, local community, farmers. We work with local CSO, but we're also working with companies and others to implement their environmental and social commitments. So we aim to kind of transform sectors and contribute towards several of the UN SDGs, as I share here on my slide. To the next slide, please. So just very briefly, our theory of change and how we work thinking on towards the transition to positive outcomes in commodity production. And it requires action both within and beyond supply chain. Again, I only joined the previous session, and we were talking about production area and sustainable production. And this is what we're thinking when we're talking about supply chain. And that when we, again, thinking about sustainable production and agriculture, we're not only thinking about just within the production area, only think about within that supply chain, but it's also go beyond that, because most of the root cause of all this problem often it's not only caused by particular commodities, but also can be contributed to other commodities as well, which is beyond this particular production area. So that's what we are thinking to work on, and this will be done by highlighting transparency and accountability as well. So within the supply chain, yes, concession company, commodities companies need to work individually and collaboratively to deliver on social and environmental commitments. They have their policy, they have their commitments for all the volume they produce or buy, and to work with their suppliers to encourage them to develop and deliver similar commitments as well. However, as I mentioned earlier, beyond their supply chain, beyond their concession area, addressing systemic social and environmental issues really need not only the private sectors, but most importantly, is a multi-stakeholders collaboration between companies, producers, the suppliers, governments, NGOs, and community, and other stakeholders in the production landscapes, we call that, and across sectors that can empower local people and organizations to address risk and deliver positive social and environmental outcomes. So change happens in different ways, right? And to be most effective, we try to combine the transformational change through effective delivery of existing commitments, that, for example, governments and companies, local and national governments already have, and transformational change through paradigm shift to address systemic issues and barrier. I know it sounds a little bit complex, but I will explain more in my slide later, that positive change in commodity production, for example, is most likely to happen based on our work in different countries, not only in Indonesia, likely to happen when there is local ownership and benefit. So people are much more likely to implement approaches if they understand and they feel ownership of it, and to do things which bring benefits to them and their community as well. So whether for individual company, commodity sectors, landscape, or even at country level, we believe that change required progress through different pathways. So this begins with building awareness and understanding of the problem and the opportunity as well. So without this understanding, that's why if you look at the pathway that I put there on my slide, so without this understanding, people are unlikely and also unable to make the decision to commit to change. Once the commitment has been made, further work is needed to provide the tools, the knowledge and capacity to plan, deliver, and monitor needed to create change and deliver positive outcomes that I mentioned earlier. To the next slide, please. So just very briefly, again, the way we work at different scales. So although there is no standard definition of what at scale approach is, it can be considered as initiatives, for example, involving multiple actors willing to solve and shared complex issue within a particular region or specific to a sector or a commodity, for example. But that cannot be solved simply via individual actions, but rather through collaborative work at the appropriate scale of intervention. So what I share here, what again, it's been our approach, and some of them are a new approach for us as well, but this is something that we are trying to develop, trying to implement. For example, on the landscape and jurisdictional initiative, which generally bring together elements of working at scale, participation of governments is key and other stakeholders. There's also agreement on shared goals, mechanism to ensure accountability and credibility, and also to alignment of activities among stakeholders as well. But in addition to that, we also see supply shared project and initiative that are working at scale, that are effective pathways for supply chain companies, for example, to implement their commitment to responsible sourcing. This supply shared project works at scale, but may lack of overall coordination with government and other stakeholders' participation compared to the previous approach. And we also have sectoral approach, which work across a range of location within a single sector, for example, or commodity. And it can also provide some kind of mechanism for achieving impact at scale and issue that are specific to a sector, or best addressed through a specific institution or within a sector. So this is, again, just very briefly, the approach that we are developing and that we are doing at the moment. And there's already some changes in terms of the way we working on this in different countries. As you are probably also aware, the dynamic between local and national government are different in different countries, and also the way commodity production has been implemented, even within the same commodities, are also different policy, relevant policy and regulation also have different focus and target audience as well. So this approach has been has been developed, and we also aware that there will be some adjustment the way we implement it in different countries. That's why we have in-country team where they can also give us feedback and input on the way Proforest or our institution work on these matters. To the next slide, please. So I was talking about the landscape initiatives, which then cover not only at supply chain area, but it's also go beyond that at production landscapes. And we've been working on different initiatives at these scales in different countries, covering different topics and issues, both environmental and social issue, and identifying root causes of this issue within the agricultural and production landscapes area. So based on this work, we then work on these key elements of landscape initiative, which are characterized by a comprehensive approach that unites various stakeholders, including government bodies, to pursue shared objectives. So their priority, social safeguards, for example, and also establish precise target, because I think based on, again, the experience that we had in different countries, to have and agree objectives, and also often has to be quite specific and precise targets, is important to then plan the implementation plan and the work plan, and to identify a milestone, which is again important to measure progress, and employs monitoring framework to measure progress as well, as I mentioned earlier. So operating within well-defined geographical boundaries, this initiative often boasts and have clear governance mechanism, and this is one of the important, again, one of the important elements is a good governance, which I will again share later in one of our case study in Ghana, in terms of implementing sustainable production in a production landscape area. So good governance mechanism can empower local ownership and decision making, and it has to be inclusive. And additionally, these key elements also include multiple supply chain actors and commodities, facilitating a more holistic and inclusive approach for sustainable development to support the sustainable production. So the next slide, I think it will be more relevant to some of you, because I would like to share some of the on-the-ground implementation that we are doing now to support sustainable production practices. And this, again, as I mentioned in my previous slides, we're not only talking about addressing and tackling environmental issues, but also social issues. So I will start with one that we are still doing here in Indonesia by improving sustainability practices through social dialogue. Again, when we first work on this in Indonesia, we're talking about social dialogue. Most of the key stakeholders, not only key stakeholders, but also us who also involved in this work, have a very minimum understanding of social dialogue. What is a social dialogue? So a social dialogue has different approach, but one defined by the ILO, the International Labour Organization under the UN, is to include all types of negotiation, consultation, or simply exchange of information between or among representatives of government, employers, and workers on issues of common interest relating to economic and social policy. So the main goal is consensus building and democratic involvement of workers. So now we're talking about workers' rights, labor rights. So precondition for social dialogues are strong, independent, and representative of trade unions and employers' organization, corporate institution framework to promote and enabling social dialogue and respect for fundamental rights of work. So then lots of people then asking, what are the relevant of social dialogue with sustainable practices and sustainable production? Again, this is something that we work together with the local trade unions, local governments, and local CSO who also already understand the issues there, that this is very much relevant for sustainable production. Why? Because the benefit of social dialogue range not only from resolving economic and social issues, which are important to workers, but also it's encourage good governance, promoting social industrial peace and stability, and even boosting economic progress. So social dialogue is an essential element to ensure that decent work and economic growth, one of the UN SDGs as well. But on top of that, what makes it specifically important to improving sustainability is the fact that trade union rights are also enabling rights. It means that respecting these rights can lead to the fulfillment of a number of other rights, such as living wages, reasonable working hours, a healthy and safe workplace that is free from discrimination and harassment. So trade unions can enable workers to collect information, to negotiate, to improve and monitor their own working condition in a sustainable and empowering manner. So this way, trade union can help address root causes of workplace related to human rights impacts. So therefore, social dialogue is a key instrument to sustainably improve the quality of work, labor condition, and also income. And the next slide, please. So in Cameroon, 5 more minutes. Okay, thank you. I will make it very quickly. So in Cameroon, the process of one of the districts that we're working on, the production landscape in Cameroon, in Bangisima, we work with local community and local government in the process of land use plan development. It was launched by inviting the key and relevant key stakeholders, by representative of key stakeholders, and we then prepare our contribution to the process, which include capacity building and training for key stakeholders on the basic notions of HUV and HES, high conservation value and high carbon stock, and participatory mapping. So a capacity building working on participatory mapping, basic aspect on HUV, HES, and some element of sustainable commodity production was organized. So this workshop also aimed to make stakeholders understand the main steps in land use planning, which in Cameroon and for that particular production area, it is very important because land use planning is not very clear. So the protection zone and production zone is not very clearly identified. So this is where the issues on environmental and social issue identified. That's why we then work together with community representative, local government of the municipality and the professionals as well, to work together with the community in the participatory land use planning, and also to participate in the training as well. So the result of this work become the reference for the municipality level, we call here maybe a district level or kabupaten level land use planning, which is still now in development. And based on this, because this is developed and involve the local government, so they feel they have the ownership and protection of this land use planning. It's still an ongoing project, but we feel that this is one thing that we will duplicate as well in different area in Cameroon, in Africa. Next slide, please. So then a different approach of thinking of sustainable practices and production, we're also thinking on from social issues aspect is to promote gender and social inclusion action. In Ghana, we're working in the hotspot intervention area in the Asutifi Asunafo landscape. This is to ensure a gender responsive forest landscapes that also gives equal voice, access, and participation and influence for diverse women and men, and mostly in the implementation of the ongoing Ghana Cocoa Forest Program and other future natural resources projects as well. So overall, the implementation of these activities, we would like, and the community as well, will feel that, and to ensure that mainstream of the proposed gender equality action in this strategy documents towards deforestation-free, climate resilient, sustainably cocoa production landscape, which also align with the key pillars of the national government agenda. So stakeholders in this sustainable production project includes a range of, including private sectors, government officials, CSO, and local communities as well. And this, my next slide is my last slide. And again, I would like to go back to Indonesia and to share on our work in Sungai Linau, which is the collaboration of public-private sectors to work to support community-based land use development and also to strengthen village members' livelihood while also protecting the HEV and HES forest and reducing greenhouse gas emission through forest and pit protection. I have a lot of, I can explain more about this, but I think I'm running out of time because I think I only have 10 minutes left for discussion. But any questions or any other information that we cannot cover in this session, please don't hesitate to contact me through the organizer who has my contact details. But I think the last slide will be just a very quickly one as I share some of the example of this implementation and practices to promote sustainable production and agriculture through different example. I would like to leave this session with a sense, hopefully a hope and purpose that sometimes when we think about sustainable agriculture and production, it's not an abstract concept. It is a call to action. And we believe the different pathways towards this work can show how it can protect not only the rights of workers, but also empower local community and also to preserve precious ecosystem and also promote gender equality and social inclusion. So each one of us has a role to play, I think, in this journey. And whether you are a student, a farmer, policymakers, researcher, or as just a concerned citizen, I think our action to contribute to positive outcomes, we can explore, definitely can explore further to that. That's it from me, and thank you for the time. So I'll hand it over back to the facilitator.
Thank you so much, Ibu Sinta. Give applause to Ibu Sinta for.
Thank you.
So we only very short time to. So I would invite for just one burning question from the audience. So if you not ask this question, so that you cannot sleep well tonight. Anyone for burning question? Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's nice presentation. I like it. And my name is Nando from Borneo Nature Foundation. We always, Ibu Sinta always talk about the multi-stakeholder and already doing it. But my question is, how the multi-stakeholder have own purpose. So what we can do for the multi-stakeholder to work together for running this situation for the landscape, because the multi-stakeholder have like purpose for their regulation, for from the regulation and their location or something like that. So I just need information about how we can do multi-stakeholder. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Nando, this is not only your question, this is still everyone's question actually. And one thing that we learn when we working together with different key stakeholders is that you need to invest a long time to make sure that we have the right stakeholders involved in that, and also to make sure that they agreed on the target goals that this collaboration will take. So again, as I said, the approach is different. The way we work in Indonesia is slightly different in Ghana. In Ghana, the local national government lead almost most of their sustainable production project and initiative at all levels, so at national and also at district and sub-district level. So in a way, it's easier because then the government is already have the structure and governance where then they can invite different relevant stakeholders in different production area to be involved in that because the structure is already there. So people were invited to already contribute to that to that structure. That's when they call the collaboration is already developed because the structure is there and we already included companies, local communities, and CSO that relevant to this production area, for example. From there, then they will have a certain period where then they will identify the targeted goals, milestone, and what are the activities. So that different approach in Africa. In Cameroon, with I think maybe also similar in Indonesia, I don't think we have that structure yet. What we have, several experience we have in Indonesia is that some sub-district government is already very aware of multi-stakeholders collaboration, and they already have the leading champions on how to do it. And that's also something that we also kind of make it as our approach, because landscape or jurisdictional approach, we call it jurisdictional approach. Why it's different with landscape? With jurisdictional approach, they will have more role of government to lead the work. So for example, if then the local government already have the structure of multi-stakeholder collaboration within that district, then when there's a new initiative on sustainable production in that area, the government supposed to lead that and will then identify who are the key stakeholders, especially companies and also local community that were affected and what issue needs to be addressed. And you're right, again, Nando, that different actors will have different agenda, they will have different priority in terms of issues. And that's what the process is for. That's what the collaboration is for. You need, for sure, you need to invest a proper time to make sure that this collaboration agreed on the goal, on the issues that need to be addressed. Because if that doesn't happen, the initiative will not work. And how to make this agreed by other stakeholders so they feel like they own this initiative, that's also important. But to do that, again, you probably have the same problem as well. These stakeholders will have different understanding, different knowledge of that particular issues. For example, when I'm talking about social dialogues, and this is what we're doing in Riau, companies, we're not only talking about register companies, but also more like downstream companies have different understanding on social dialogue and how to implement this. The same with government and the same with trade unions and local communities as well. So when we then decided, they would like to have social dialogue as their issue to be addressed as part of this initiative in Riau. But to agree on that, all of the stakeholders have to understand and have the same level of knowledge in terms of social dialogue. So then they feel the ownership of that and they will contribute fully to the implementation of this work. Because if one stakeholder doesn't really understand about, the issues that's been covered, then it's not equal, it's not inclusive in terms of collaboration. So I guess those different approach, one thing that we learned so far is you need to invest time and capacity and good communication transparency towards these different key stakeholders. We work mostly as facilitators and moderators, and that's our role actually, to make sure that all stakeholders have the same level of knowledge and understanding to work towards the next stage of the process. I hope that helps, Nando, but again, if you have, I'm more than happy to share more of our work. And we also have challenges in terms of our work in different area, in different countries, which you probably would like to learn about that as well. Just let me know, and I'm more than happy to share that with you outside this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Sinta. Cukup ya, Mas Nando. I like the last conversation, Bu Sinta. Maybe I also like to talk to you later about this jurisdictional approach. And I think we are now at the end of this session. I really hope that we all get enlightened by our three great speakers, Ibu Dr. Badria, Pak Doli, and Ibu Sinta. So again, let's give applause to them and all of us. Thank you so much, and I give the time back to the MC.
All right, please give one more time to applause to our speakers and of course, Mr. Padnabad.
Thank you very much for Mas Michael Padmanaba from Kaleka. And we have finally come to the end part of Symposium 4, Sustainable Farming, Food Security, and Wildlife Conservation. We invite all of you to enjoy lunch right in front of this room. And I should remind everyone that we will be seeing you again on Symposium 6, Partnership and Collaboration in Wildlife Conservation at 1 p.m. in the same room.
All right, once again, thank you so much for everyone. And we would like to announce that the attendees are welcome once again to the lunch break at our site. And please note that we will start our session today in 1. All right, so please see you very soon and enjoy. Thank you so much.